Hello, and welcome to Divine Resting Place, where we bring you peaceful and faithful tales straight from the Bible. Here, we journey through the timeless stories of Scripture, chapter by chapter, crafted to help you experience deep and restful sleep, all while being surrounded by the comforting words of God. If our stories bring you peace and help you sleep, we'd love for you to subscribe to the channel so you never miss a new episode. Be sure to like this video to let us know you enjoyed it, and share it with someone who might need a peaceful night's rest in God's Word. Lastly, we'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below and let us know where you're watching from and how these stories are blessing you. Thank you for joining us on this journey of faith and rest. May God's peace be with you tonight and always. And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Genesis 2:8. The golden light of morning spilled across the expanse of the garden, soft and gentle, illuminating every leaf and petal in its path. Eden, God's masterpiece, stood in serene perfection. Each blade of grass shimmered with dew, as though the earth itself wore a cloak of diamonds. A gentle breeze carried the faintest whisper of God's presence, rustling the vibrant leaves and carrying the fragrant perfume of countless flowers. The garden was alive, singing with the glory of its creator. Adam stood at the edge of a clear, glistening stream, his reflection gazing back at him. He marveled at the world around him, at the vibrant colors and sounds that filled the air. The soft murmur of the water was like a lullaby, calming his soul. Above, birds of every hue darted through the sky, their songs mingling in joyful harmony. Every living thing in Eden bore the signature of God's love and creativity. He knelt beside the stream, cupping the cool water in his hands and tasting its purity. It quenched his thirst, yet it also stirred within him a deep longing, a desire to know the Creator who had made such wonders. Adam's heart overflowed with awe and gratitude, his thoughts turning toward God, who had breathed life into him. In this place of perfect peace, Adam felt completely whole, resting in the knowledge that he was part of something far greater than himself. As the sun rose higher, its warm rays bathed the garden in golden light. The trees stood tall, their branches swaying gently, as if lifting their arms in praise to their Creator. Adam walked among them, his footsteps light on the soft earth. He felt as though the very ground beneath him was alive, humming with the energy of God's presence. The animals moved gracefully around him, each one uniquely designed and perfectly suited for its environment. A pair of deer paused to drink from a nearby brook, their large eyes reflecting the beauty around them. Birds perched on low branches, their curious eyes watching Adam as he passed. Even the tiniest creatures seemed to acknowledge Adam's presence, as though they too recognized the divine purpose in his creation. The garden was more than a home. It was a sanctuary, a sacred space where God's glory was on full display. Every sound, every sight, every touch spoke of God's perfect design. Adam closed his eyes, allowing the gentle breeze to brush against his skin. It was as if the garden itself was speaking, whispering of God's love and care. The harmony of creation filled Adam's heart with joy, and he whispered a prayer of thanks to the one who had made it all. In the heart of the garden stood a tree unlike any other. Its branches stretched skyward, its leaves shimmering with an almost otherworldly light. Adam approached the tree, drawn to its beauty. The fruit it bore was unlike anything he had ever seen, its colors vibrant and inviting. Yet as Adam stood beneath its canopy, he felt a deep reverence, a sense that this tree was special, set apart by God. Adam remembered God's words. This was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It was a reminder of the freedom God had given him, a freedom to choose obedience and trust. The tree was a symbol of God's covenant with him, a testament to the loving boundaries God had set for his good. Adam sat beneath the tree, his thoughts turning to the Creator who had planted it. He marveled at God's wisdom, at the way he had crafted a world that was both beautiful and purposeful. The tree, like the garden itself, was a reflection of God's love, a love that offered freedom, but also called for trust and surrender. Flowing through the garden was a crystal clear stream, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. The stream wound its way through the trees and meadows, bringing life to everything it touched. Adam followed its course, the gentle sound of its water soothing his spirit. The stream seemed to sing, its melody blending with the rustling leaves and the songs of the birds. As Adam knelt by the water, he dipped his hands into its cool depths. The stream reminded him of God's provision, of the way he cared for every detail of creation. The water was pure and life-giving, a symbol of the Creator's sustaining power. Adam drank deeply, feeling refreshed and renewed. He watched as the stream nourished the plants along its banks, their roots reaching down to draw from its life-giving flow. The garden's beauty depended on this water, just as Adam's life depended on God's presence. In that moment, Adam understood that everything in Eden was interconnected, a reflection of God's perfect order and design. As the day began to fade, the golden light of the afternoon softened into hues of amber and rose. Adam walked through the garden, his heart full of wonder. He knew that this was more than a place of beauty. It was a place where he could commune with God, where he could walk in His presence and hear His voice. The stillness of the evening brought with it a deep sense of peace. Adam felt the closeness of the Creator, as though God's presence filled the very air he breathed. He paused beneath a great oak tree, looking out over the expanse of the garden. Everywhere he turned, he saw evidence of God's care. The vibrant flowers, the towering trees, the gentle animals that moved without fear. In the quiet of the evening, Adam lifted his voice in prayer. He thanked God for the gift of life, for the beauty of the garden, and for the privilege of walking in His presence. The Creator had given him everything he needed: provision, purpose, and peace. And as the first stars began to appear in the sky, Adam rested in the assurance that he was deeply loved by the One who had formed him. In the silence of the night, the grateful universe, that he had everything he needed. The morning light spilled gently across Eden, awakening every corner of the garden. Adam rose from his place of rest, his heart alive with a sense of purpose. Today, he would fulfill one of the tasks given to him by God, naming the animals. This was no ordinary task. It was an invitation to participate in God's creative work, to bring order and meaning to the life teeming around him. The animals came to him, each in its unique splendor. The sleek, agile deer approached with cautious grace, its large, kind eyes meeting Adam's. "You shall be called Deer," Adam said softly, marveling at its quiet beauty. Birds swooped down from the trees, their feathers a kaleidoscope of colors. Adam laughed as one tiny bird chirped energetically before darting away. "You shall be Sparrow," he declared, his voice filled with joy. The process was slow and deliberate, yet it brought Adam profound satisfaction. Each name he spoke felt like a bond, a recognition of the creature's individuality and role in God's creation. The lion, with its majestic mane, and the humble ant, industrious and small, were equally wondrous in Adam's eyes. As the day unfolded, Adam grew more aware of the intricate balance in the garden, how each creature contributed to the harmony of Eden. As the sun began its descent, Adam felt a pleasant weariness from the day's labor. He found a shaded spot beneath a tall sycamore tree, its leaves forming a canopy that danced in the evening breeze. The garden was quiet now, the animals settling into their resting places. Adam leaned against the tree's trunk, listening to the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of the stream. He thought about how God, after 6 days of creation, had rested on the seventh. The Creator himself had set the pattern for rest, not out of necessity, but as a reminder of the sacred rhythm of work and peace. Adam reflected on how his work that day, though fulfilling, had been made sweeter by the knowledge that he could now pause and enjoy the beauty around him. In the stillness, Adam prayed, thanking God for the gift of rest. He marveled at the way God had designed the garden, not only as a place of activity and purpose, but as a sanctuary where his soul could find renewal. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Adam felt the peace of God's presence settling over him like a soft blanket, wrapping him in perfect tranquility. The next morning, Adam awoke to the fragrance of Eden, a blend of sweet blossoms, fresh earth, and the crisp, clean scent of water flowing through the garden. He inhaled deeply, letting the aroma fill his senses. It was a reminder of God's attention to detail, of how even the smallest aspects of creation reflected his love and care. No matter how broken or simply assumed, Adam wandered through the garden, marveling at the diversity of plants. Flowers of every shape and color lined the pathways, their petals glistening with dew. He paused to touch a cluster of soft lavender blooms, their scent calming and soothing. Nearby, a patch of golden marigolds swayed gently in the breeze, their vibrant hues a celebration of life. The fragrance of the garden was more than pleasing. It was a symbol of God's presence, a gentle reminder that everything in Eden was designed to bring joy and peace. Adam offered a prayer of gratitude, his heart overflowing with awe. The beauty of the garden was not merely for utility, but for delight. a reflection of the Creator's generous spirit. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the garden came alive with the interplay of light and shadow. The golden rays filtered through the trees, creating patterns on the forest floor that shifted with the breeze. Adam stood in awe, watching as the sunlight danced across the surface of the stream, turning the water into liquid gold. The light seemed to sing of God's glory, illuminating every corner of the garden with its warmth. Yet the shadows too had their place. They provided cool refuge from the heat, a reminder of the balance and harmony in God's creation. Adam realized that both light and shadow were gifts, each serving a purpose in the intricate design of Eden. Adam realized that both light and shadow were gifts. Yet the shadow itself could be hidden in its silence and stillness. He walked along the stream, observing how the light brought out the colors of the garden, the vivid greens of the trees, the bright splashes of flowers, the deep blue of the sky reflected in the water. Adam felt a deep connection to the Creator, as though God's presence was in every beam of light, in every cool shadow. He prayed that his heart would remain open to the beauty and wisdom of God's design, even as he continued to explore the garden's wonders. The garden was alive with a rhythm that Adam could feel but not fully comprehend. It was as though every living thing was part of a grand symphony, each playing its unique role in perfect harmony. The trees, with their swaying branches, seemed to move in time with the gentle rustle of the grass. The animals, from the smallest insect to the grandest beast, moved with a quiet purpose, their lives intertwined in ways Adam was only beginning to understand. Adam sat on a smooth rock by the stream, watching as a family of ducks paddled through the water. Their movements were unhurried, their trust in the garden's provision complete. Above, a flock of birds soared through the sky, their wings catching the sunlight. Adam marveled at their freedom, their ability to rise above the earth and glide effortlessly through the air. The harmony of Eden was not just in its sights and sounds, but in its very essence. It was a reflection of God's character, a God of order, beauty, and love. The wind in Eden was gentle, a soft and constant companion that carried the garden's fragrance and the sounds of life from one corner to another. As Adam walked among the towering trees and colorful meadows, he felt the cool breeze wrap around him like an embrace. The wind whispered secrets of God's creation, rustling the leaves in a melody that filled the air with peace. Adam paused beneath a tall cedar tree, its branches swaying rhythmically. He closed his eyes, letting the wind carry him into quiet communion with the Creator. The gentle caress on his face reminded him of God's closeness, his presence in every detail of the garden. The wind was not merely air in motion. It was a reminder of the breath of life God had given him, the same breath that animated his body and filled his soul with purpose. As Adam continued his walk, the wind grew slightly stronger, playing with the blades of grass and causing ripples across the surface of the stream. It was as if creation itself was alive, rejoicing in the care and love of its maker. Adam smiled, his heart overflowing with gratitude. The wind, in its quiet song, was a reflection of God's power and gentleness, a constant, reassuring presence that brought comfort and joy. Night fell gently over Eden, wrapping the garden in a velvety blanket of twilight. One by one, the stars appeared, their light shimmering like diamonds scattered across the heavens. Adam lay on the soft grass, gazing upward, his heart stirred by the vastness of the sky. The stars seemed to speak, their brilliance a declaration of God's majesty and glory. The constellations, though new to Adam, felt familiar, as if they were part of a divine story, written before time began. The stars formed patterns that pointed to the Creator's wisdom and creativity, each one placed with intention and care. Adam marveled at their beauty, feeling small, yet deeply loved in the presence of such grandeur. He whispered a prayer, thanking God for the gift of the night sky. The stars, in their quiet brilliance, reminded Adam of the infinite nature of God's love and power. As he closed his eyes, the gentle glow of the heavens seemed to wrap around him like a protective embrace, filling his soul with a deep and abiding peace. The morning sun rose over Eden, casting its golden light on the garden once more. Adam found his way to a still pond nestled between a grove of willows. The water was perfectly clear, its surface reflecting the sky above like a mirror. Adam knelt by the pond, staring at his reflection. He saw himself as he was, formed by the hands of God, shaped from the earth, yet imbued with the breath of life. The water shimmered as a gentle breeze disturbed its surface, breaking his reflection into ripples. Adam realized that just as the pond reflected his image, his life was meant to reflect the Creator. His thoughts turned to the responsibility he had been given to care for the garden and to live in harmony with God's will. He prayed for wisdom and strength, asking God to guide him in this sacred task. The stillness of the water and the quiet of the morning seemed to echo God's assurance. He was present, always near, always guiding. Eden was not only a place of beauty, but also a place of connection. Adam felt it in the way the animals responded to his presence, in the way the plants thrived under his care. Each living thing was part of a grand design, interconnected and dependent on one another. And to this day, the name of Eden is still recognized. As Adam tended to the plants that morning, he noticed how their roots intertwined beneath the soil, sharing water and nutrients. The trees, though standing tall and independent, formed a canopy that provided shelter for the creatures below. The streams, with their steady flow, nourished every corner of the garden, bringing life wherever they touched. Adam marveled at the intricate web of relationships in the garden. He realized that his own life was deeply connected to this harmony. God had placed him here not as a solitary being, but as part of a greater whole. The garden was a testament to God's wisdom, a living reminder that nothing was created in isolation. In his heart, Adam felt a deep gratitude for the bonds that united creation. He prayed for the strength to honor these connections, to be a steward of the harmony that God had designed. As he worked, the sun warmed his skin, and the gentle sounds of Eden filled the air, a symphony of life that reflected the glory of the Creator. As the day drew to a close, Adam found a quiet place beneath a sprawling oak tree. The garden was bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, its light casting long shadows across the earth. Adam sat in stillness, his thoughts turning to the Creator who had made all of this possible. Knowing that everything between us is going to be different now, he said, in the quiet. Adam felt God's presence in a profound way. It was not a voice or a sound, but a deep, abiding sense of peace that filled his heart. He thought about the times he had walked with God in the garden, the moments of communion that brought him joy and purpose. God was not distant or detached. He was near, intimately involved in every detail of Adam's life. Adam prayed, thanking God for his nearness, for the gift of a relationship that was personal and real. He marveled at the way God's presence brought meaning to everything in the garden, from the smallest flower to the mightiest tree. Even the stars that now appeared in the darkening sky seemed to proclaim his glory. As night fell, Adam lay down on the soft grass, his heart at rest. The garden was still, a reflection of the peace that came from walking with God. In that moment, Adam knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be, safe, loved, and surrounded by the beauty of God's creation. In the heart of Eden stood a tree unlike any other, the tree of life. Its trunk was strong and wide, its branches spreading out like open arms, and its leaves shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within. Adam approached the tree with a sense of reverence, feeling the weight of its significance. It was a symbol of God's eternal provision, a reminder that life itself flowed from the Creator. The fruit of the tree of life hung in abundance, its fragrance sweet and inviting. Though Adam had not eaten from it, he marveled at the way its presence seemed to infuse the entire garden with vitality. This tree was a testament to the goodness and generosity of God, who had provided all that Adam needed to thrive. Sitting beneath its shade, Adam prayed, thanking God for the gift of life. He thought about the way each day in Eden felt full and rich, not because of anything he had done, but because of God's grace. The tree of life was a constant reminder of that truth, a symbol of the eternal relationship between Creator and creation. One morning, as Adam worked among the plants, the sky began to darken. Thick, gray clouds gathered above the garden, and a deep hush fell over Eden. Adam looked up, sensing that something new was about to happen. The air was heavy with anticipation, and then, with a soft patter, the rain began to fall. The wind was high, and the rain fell in presently. Rain hung in the air, close to the ground. The droplets were cool and refreshing, soaking into the earth and nourishing the roots of every plant. The leaves glistened with moisture, and small streams began to form, winding their way through the garden. Adam stood still, letting the rain fall on his face, feeling its gentle touch as if God Himself were pouring out His blessing. The sound of the rain was soothing, a steady rhythm that filled the air. The animals, too, seemed to welcome this gift from heaven, their movements calm and unhurried. Adam marveled at the way the rain brought renewal to the garden, a reminder that God's provision was constant and faithful. As the storm passed and the sun broke through the clouds, a rainbow appeared in the sky, a beautiful arc of colors that spoke of God's promises and his unwavering care. Eden was crisscrossed with pathways, some well-trodden and others hidden among the undergrowth. Each path led to a new discovery, a grove of fruit trees, a peaceful stream, or a meadow filled with wild flowers. Adam enjoyed exploring these trails, marveling at the endless beauty of the garden. One afternoon, he followed a winding path that led to a hill overlooking Eden. From the summit, he could see the vast expanse of the garden, its colors blending into a breathtaking tapestry. The streams sparkled in the sunlight, and the trees swayed gently in the breeze. Adam felt a deep sense of gratitude for this place, this sanctuary that God had created for him. As he walked back down the path, Adam reflected on how life itself was like a journey, filled with twists and turns, but always guided by God's hand. The paths of Eden reminded him to trust in the Creator, to follow His guidance with faith and confidence. Even when the way seemed unclear, Adam knew that God's wisdom would always lead him to peace and joy. The river that flowed through Eden was a source of life and joy. Its waters were clear and cool, and its gentle current carried with it a melody that seemed to echo the Creator's love. Adam often spent time by the river, listening to its laughter as it tumbled over rocks and flowed through the garden. One day, Adam waded into the river, letting its cool waters lap against his legs. The sensation was invigorating, a reminder of the refreshment that came from God's provision. He watched as fish darted beneath the surface, their scales catching the sunlight. Birds swooped down to drink, their feathers vibrant against the blue sky. The river was a reflection of God's abundance, its waters never ceasing, always flowing. Adam thought about how his own life was sustained by God's unending love and care. The river's constant motion reminded him that God's presence was always active, always at work, bringing life and renewal to everything it touched. As the sun set over Eden, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Adam sat beneath a tree and reflected on the day. The garden was quiet now, the animals settling into their places of rest, and the air was filled with a sense of peace. Adam marveled at the way each day in Eden was unique, yet every moment was marked by God's goodness. He thought about the work he had done that day, the plants he had tended, the paths he had explored, the prayers he had offered. Each task, no matter how small, felt meaningful because it was part of God's purpose. Adam realized that tomorrow would bring new opportunities to serve, to learn, and to grow in his relationship with the Creator. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Adam prayed, thanking God for the gift of another day. He asked for wisdom and strength to fulfill the tasks ahead, trusting that God's guidance would be with him always. The promise of tomorrow filled Adam's heart with hope, a quiet assurance that, in God's hands, every day was a blessing. Morning in Eden was like the opening of a symphony. As the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the garden came alive with sound. Birds began their songs, each melody unique and full of joy. The rustle of leaves in the gentle morning breeze added a soft harmony, while the bubbling of streams provided a steady rhythm. Adam awoke to this symphony, his heart filled with gratitude for the beauty that surrounded him. He rose from his place of rest and stretched, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. As he walked through the garden, the sounds grew clearer and more vibrant. A pair of doves cooed softly from a nearby tree, while a family of deer drank quietly from a stream. Every creature seemed to play its part in the grand orchestra of creation, each note a reminder of God's creativity and love. Adam paused to pray, lifting his voice in thanksgiving. He asked for God's blessing over the day ahead, knowing that every moment was an opportunity to glorify the Creator. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the symphony of dawn gave way to the bustling activity of the day, but its echoes lingered in Adam's heart, filling him with peace and purpose. The paths of Eden were endless, yet Adam never felt lost. There was always a sense of direction, a quiet guidance that led him where he needed to go. One afternoon, as he tended to the plants near a grove of fig trees, Adam felt a prompting to follow a narrow trail he had not noticed before, to the river between two fertile plains, and visioned it. The trail wound through a thicket of flowering bushes, their blossoms filling the air with a sweet fragrance. As he walked, Adam marveled at the intricate beauty of each flower, its petals delicate and perfectly formed. He felt as though the trail itself was an invitation to discover more of God's wonders. As he walked through the world of mosses, at the end of the path, Adam emerged into a small clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from the ground. The water sparkled in the sunlight, its sound soothing and melodic. Adam knelt by the spring, cupping his hands to drink. The water was cool and refreshing, a reminder of the living water that only God could provide. In that moment, Adam understood that God's guidance was always gentle, yet purposeful, leading him to places of refreshment and growth. He prayed, thanking God for his faithfulness and asking for the wisdom to follow wherever he might lead. Eden was not only a place of peace, but also a place of joy. The animals of the garden often displayed a playfulness that brought a smile to Adam's face. One day, as he walked by the river, he noticed a group of otters sliding down a muddy bank into the water. They squealed with delight, splashing and chasing each other in the shallows. Adam sat by the riverbank, watching their antics with laughter in his heart. Nearby, a pair of young deer leapt gracefully through a meadow, their movements like a dance. Even the birds seemed to join in, swooping and diving in the air as if celebrating the joy of existence. Adam realized that this playfulness was a reflection of God's own delight in his creation. The Creator had not only made the world functional, but also filled it with beauty and joy. Adam felt a deep sense of gratitude for the laughter and lightheartedness that filled Eden. a reminder that God's love was not only steadfast, but also joyful. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Eden was bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Adam found a quiet spot by a stream, its waters reflecting the colors of the fading sky. He often ended his days this way, sitting in stillness and reflecting on the events of the day. This evening, Adam thought about the harmony of the garden, the way every creature and plant seemed to thrive in perfect balance. He marveled at the wisdom of God, who had designed such an intricate and beautiful world. Adam also reflected on his role as caretaker, feeling both humbled and honored by the trust God had placed in him. He was their caretaker. He prayed, asking for strength to fulfill his responsibilities and for the humility to rely on God's guidance. The stream's gentle flow seemed to echo his prayers, its sound soothing and constant. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Adam felt a deep peace settle over him. The evening was a reminder of God's presence, a quiet assurance that He was near. Gratitude was a constant theme in Adam's life. Every day in Eden brought new reasons to give thanks, whether it was the beauty of a sunrise, the taste of sweet fruit, or the companionship of the animals. This day, as Adam tended to the garden, he decided to dedicate the entire day to expressing his gratitude to God. He began by singing a song of praise, his voice rising with the morning breeze. The words were simple, yet heartfelt, a melody that reflected the joy in his heart. As he worked, Adam offered prayers of thanksgiving for each plant he tended, each stream he passed, and each creature he encountered. The act of gratitude filled Adam with a deep sense of contentment. He realized that acknowledging God's blessings not only honored the Creator, but also brought him closer to Him. By the end of the day, Adam felt his heart overflowing with peace and joy. He prayed one final prayer, thanking God for the gift of life and for the privilege of walking in the garden. As the stars filled the night sky, Adam rested, his soul at peace and his heart full of gratitude. Eden was filled with many pleasant aromas, the sweet scent of blooming flowers, the earthy smell of fresh rain, and the crisp fragrance of ripe fruit. But there was one scent Adam cherished most, the aroma of worship. Each morning and evening, as Adam prayed and sang to the Creator, it felt as though his devotion rose like an offering, mingling with the garden's natural fragrances. One day, Adam knelt by a bed of lilies, their fragrance drifting gently on the breeze. He closed his eyes and began to speak words of praise, thanking God for the beauty of the world around him and for the privilege of dwelling in His presence. His voice was soft, yet it carried with it the sincerity of a heart fully devoted to its Creator. The lilies seemed to sway in rhythm with Adam's song, their blooms opening wide, as if to join in his act of worship. Adam marveled at how everything in Eden, every sound, every scent, every sight, seemed to magnify God's glory. He prayed that his life would always carry the fragrance of worship, a sweet and pleasing aroma to the one who had made him. There were moments in Eden when Adam felt as though time itself stood still. The garden, with its endless beauty and peace, seemed to reflect the eternity of God's nature. One evening, as Adam walked along a path lined with fruit trees, He paused to listen to the sounds around him, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant call of a bird, and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. In that moment, Adam felt a profound sense of connection to the Creator. The garden was more than a place of beauty. It was a glimpse of God's eternal design, a world untouched by the limitations of time or decay. Adam thought about how every moment in Eden was an opportunity to dwell in God's presence, to experience the timelessness of His love. He knelt by the stream and prayed, thanking God for the gift of eternity written into the fabric of creation. Adam asked for the wisdom to treasure each moment, knowing that every second in Eden was a reflection of God's perfect plan. The echoes of eternity filled Adam's heart with hope and peace, a reminder of the infinite nature of God's love. As the sun rose and set over Eden, the garden was bathed in shifting patterns of light and shadow. The mornings were bright and golden, the sunlight filtering through the trees and casting dappled patterns on the ground. The evenings, by contrast, were cool and gentle, the shadows stretching long and soft across the landscape. Adam found great joy in observing these changes, marveling at the way God had designed the world to move in harmony. One evening, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, Adam sat beneath a tree and watched the play of light and shadow around him. The garden seemed to shimmer with life, each movement a reflection of God's artistry. Adam thought about how light and shadow were both necessary, each complementing the other to create a world of depth and beauty. He prayed, thanking God for the balance and harmony of creation. The shifting light reminded Adam of God's presence, constant and unchanging, even as the world around him moved and changed. The frost lay into shadows unknown, and the fresh mysteries of the world. Eden was a place of perfect peace, a sanctuary where every sound, sight, and scent worked together to create a sense of calm. Adam often felt as though the garden itself was singing a song of peace, a melody that resonated in his heart and reminded him of God's goodness. One day, as Adam rested beneath a tree, he closed his eyes and listened to the garden song. The soft rustling of leaves, the gentle hum of bees, and the distant murmur of a stream all blended together in perfect harmony. Adam felt his heart swell with gratitude, the peace of the garden filling every corner of his soul. Adam thought about how God had designed Eden to be a place of rest and refreshment, a reflection of his own nature. He prayed, asking God to help him carry the peace of the garden in his heart always, even in moments of work or activity. The Song of Eden was a reminder that true peace came from dwelling in God's presence, a gift that Adam treasured above all else. As another day came to a close in Eden, Adam stood on a hill overlooking the garden. The sun was setting, its golden light casting a warm glow over the landscape. Adam took a deep breath, the air filled with the scents of flowers and fresh earth, and felt a profound sense of peace. He thought about the countless blessings of the garden, the beauty of its trees and streams, the joy of its animals, and the constant presence of the Creator. But above all, Adam was grateful for the promise of God's presence. Every moment in Eden was a reminder that God walked with him, guiding and providing for him in every way. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, Adam knelt to pray. He thanked God for the gift of the garden and for the privilege of living in his presence. Adam asked for wisdom to fulfill the tasks God had given him, and for a heart that would always seek the Creator above all else. The night grew quiet, the garden settling into stillness. Adam lay down to rest, the peace of Eden surrounding him like a warm embrace. As he drifted to sleep, he held fast to the promise of God's presence, a promise that would sustain him for all eternity. As he held the grass tenderly for all eternity. But God remembered Noah and all the beasts and all the livestock that were with him in the ark. And God made a wind blow over the earth, and the waters subsided. Genesis 8:01. The gentle rocking of the ark was like a lullaby, soothing and rhythmic. Outside, the rain poured steadily, its soft patter mingling with the creak of wooden beams and the occasional shuffle of the animals below deck. Inside the ark, Noah sat quietly by a small lantern, his eyes fixed on the flickering flame. It had been a long journey to this moment, one filled with unwavering faith and obedience. God had given him the command to build the ark, and though the task had seemed monumental, Noah trusted in God's guidance. Now, as the floodwaters covered the earth, Noah reflected on the enormity of God's plan. The ark was a haven, a place of safety amidst the chaos outside. Noah's family slept soundly in their quarters, each one finding peace in the knowledge of God's faithfulness. Noah whispered a prayer of thanks, his words soft but heartfelt. He prayed for patience, strength, and trust as they waited for God's promise to be fulfilled. The night stretched on, calm and steady, a reminder that even in the midst of the storm, God's protection was unwavering. The rain had a voice of its own, a steady rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of creation. Noah stood near a small window, watching as droplets cascaded down the glass. Each one glistened briefly before merging with the others, forming tiny rivers that trickled down the ark's exterior. As he listened, Noah felt a deep sense of peace. The rain was not a sound of destruction, but one of renewal. It reminded him of God's purpose, to cleanse the earth and make way for a new beginning. Though the storm raged outside, Noah's heart was calm, anchored in the promises of the Creator. The animals in the ark stirred occasionally, their movements a soft counterpoint to the rain's melody. Noah thought about how God's care extended to every creature on the ark, from the smallest sparrow to the mighty elephants. He marveled at the intricate plan that had brought them all safely aboard. Noah prayed once more, thanking God for his provision and asking for wisdom to steward the ark's precious cargo. The rain continued its steady rhythm, a song of trust and assurance that lulled Noah into restful reflection. The ark was more than a vessel. It was a home. Each corner of its wooden frame bore the marks of Noah's labor, and the faith of his family. That evening, as the lanterns cast a warm glow across the walls, Noah gathered his family for a moment of quiet worship. Shem, Ham, and Japheth sat close, their wives beside them, while Noah's wife prepared a simple meal. The scent of baked grains filled the air, a comforting reminder of God's provision even in the midst of the flood. Noah opened a small scroll and read aloud words of praise and thanksgiving, his voice steady and reverent. After the reading, they prayed together, each one lifting their hearts to God. They prayed for guidance, for the safety of the animals, and for the future that awaited them once the waters receded. In their prayers, there was no fear, only trust in the one who had called them to this journey. The family's faith was like a light in the darkness, a beacon that guided them through the uncertainty of the storm. As they shared their meal, laughter and conversation filled the air, a reminder that, even in the ark, God's joy was present. The night outside the ark was thick with rain, its rhythm a steady backdrop to the quiet inside. Noah lay awake, listening to the creaks and groans of the massive wooden vessel as it swayed with the currents. The animals were quiet now, settled into the rhythm of their new routine. Yet Noah's heart remained alert, his thoughts circling back to God's promise. He rose and walked softly through the ark, his footsteps muffled against the wooden floor. As he passed by the stalls of the animals, he marveled at how God had brought each one here. Pairs of every kind, strong and small, wild and tame, rested peacefully under his care. It was a reminder to Noah that God's provision extended to every living creature. Reaching the upper deck, Noah looked out through the small window. The world was hidden beneath the waters, the vast expanse reflecting only the darkness of the night. Yet Noah did not feel alone. He could sense God's presence, steady and faithful, guiding the ark through the storm. He guided the ark through the storm. Kneeling by the window, Noah whispered a prayer. He asked for strength and wisdom, for the endurance to lead his family and care for the creatures entrusted to him. As the night deepened, a gentle peace filled his heart. He knew that the God who had closed the door of the ark would also open it at the right time. The days aboard the ark had fallen into a pattern, a gentle rhythm that brought order to their lives. Morning began with prayers, a moment of gratitude to the Creator who had kept them safe. Noah and his sons worked diligently to care for the animals, ensuring they had food and water. Each task, though simple, was a reminder of their dependence on God's provision. That evening, as the work wound down, Noah's wife sat by a small lamp, weaving a basket while the others gathered near. The soft hum of conversation filled the air, interspersed with laughter, as the family shared stories of their days before the flood. These moments of fellowship were precious, a balm for their spirits as they waited for the waters to recede. Noah watched his family with a heart full of gratitude. He thought of the generations to come, of the new beginning that awaited them. God's faithfulness was the foundation of their hope, a truth that sustained them even in the midst of the unknown. As the night deepened, the steady sounds of the ark, the creaking wood, the faint rustle of animals, lulled the family to sleep. The rhythm of life aboard the ark was simple, yet profound, a testament to God's sustaining power. Noah stood by the ark's window, watching as the rain continued to fall. The sky was a canvas of gray, the clouds heavy with water. Yet, even in the midst of the storm, Noah's heart clung to the promise God had made. He thought back to the words God had spoken, the assurance that the flood would not destroy them, but would pave the way for a new beginning. It was this covenant that gave Noah strength, a reminder that God's plans were always good, even when they were difficult to understand. That evening, Noah gathered his family around the central deck. He spoke to them of God's promises, of the covenant that bound them to the Creator. His words were filled with hope, a beacon of light in the midst of uncertainty. As they prayed together, Noah felt the weight of God's presence. It was a comfort and a reassurance, a reminder that the storm would not last forever. The waters would recede, the ark would find dry land, and life would begin anew. Until then, they would trust in God's timing and His faithfulness. One morning, as Noah stepped onto the upper deck, he noticed a change in the air. The rain had lessened, its steady rhythm replaced by a soft drizzle. For the first time in weeks, a gentle breeze swept through the ark, carrying with it a sense of renewal. Noah closed his eyes and breathed deeply, the cool wind a welcome contrast to the stillness that had surrounded them. It felt as though the breath of God was moving over the waters, a sign that His plan was unfolding. Inside the ark, the animals stirred with newfound energy, their movements a reflection of the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Noah's family, too, felt a renewed sense of hope. The wind was a reminder that God had not forgotten them, that He was working, even in the silence. Noah spent the evening in quiet reflection, his heart lifted by the promise carried on the breeze. He prayed for patience and trust, knowing that God's timing was perfect. The whisper of the wind was a gentle assurance that the storm was nearing its end. Though the waters still covered the earth, Noah's heart was filled with a quiet joy. He knew that God's promise was sure, that the flood would give way to a new beginning. Each day aboard the ark was a testament to God's faithfulness, a reminder of His unchanging love. That night, as the family gathered for their evening meal, Noah shared his reflections. He spoke of the rainbow that would one day appear in the sky, a sign of God's covenant with creation. Though they had not yet seen it, the promise was already written in their heart. The family prayed together, their voices united in thanksgiving and hope. The ark rocked gently on the waves, a cradle of safety in the midst of the storm. Noah's heart swelled with gratitude, his faith unwavering in the face of the unknown. The night grew quiet, the ark settling into stillness. As Noah drifted to sleep, he held fast to the promise of the rainbow, a symbol of God's enduring faithfulness. The ark swayed gently, carried by the unseen currents of the vast floodwaters. The rain had slowed to a soft patter, its once relentless drumbeat now fading into a calming rhythm. Noah sat near the lantern, its flickering light casting dancing shadows against the wooden beams. The silence of the night was profound, broken only by the occasional sounds of the animals stirring in their stalls. This stillness felt holy, as though the world itself was pausing to reflect on the Creator's work. Noah thought about the journey they had undertaken, not just the physical building of the ark, but the spiritual trust that had carried them here. In every plank he had placed, in every nail he had driven, God's purpose had been woven into the fabric of their survival. As he closed his eyes, Noah remembered the days before the flood, the warnings he had shared with those around him. Many had dismissed him, yet Noah's heart ached, not with regret, but with compassion. He prayed softly, lifting those lost to God's mercy and asking for continued strength for the days ahead. He told them he wanted the means to save his family. The ark was not merely a vessel, it was a sanctuary, and in its quiet shelter, the stillness became a symphony of God's peace, a reminder that even amidst the storm, His presence was unfailing. Morning light filtered softly through the small windows of the ark, illuminating the wooden interior with a warm glow. Noah felt the slight change in the air, a stillness that hinted at a new chapter in their journey. The rain had ceased completely, and the waters lay calm and reflective, like a vast, endless mirror. Noah decided it was time to send out a scout, a sign to discern whether the waters had begun to recede. With gentle hands, he opened a small hatch and released a dove into the air. The bird soared gracefully, its white wings a stark contrast against the gray expanse of the sky. His heart lifted as he watched the dove disappear into the distance, carrying with it a fragment of hope. Inside the ark, the family gathered in quiet anticipation, their prayers mingling with the sound of the gentle waves lapping against the hull. As the day passed, the dove returned, its wings empty. Though it had found no resting place, Noah felt no disappointment. It was a reminder that God's timing was perfect, and each moment aboard the ark was part of His divine plan. The dove became a symbol of trust, a small messenger of patience in the waiting. As night fell, the ark was bathed in the soft glow of lanterns. The animals rested peacefully, their trust in their human caretakers mirroring the faith Noah and his family placed in God. The gentle rhythm of the waves felt less like a storm's aftermath and more like a cradle of divine care. Noah's thoughts drifted to the covenant God had promised. He could almost see the rainbow in his mind's eye, its colors stretching across the heavens as a sign of hope and renewal. This vision filled his heart with peace, a calm assurance that the flood was not the end, but the beginning of something extraordinary. He shared his reflections with his family that evening, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. Each member contributed their thoughts, weaving together a tapestry of faith, trust, and gratitude. The ark had become not just a shelter, but a place where their collective hope was nurtured and strengthened. As Noah lay down to rest, his prayers were filled with thanksgiving. The night seemed softer, the air filled with the promise of God's unfailing love. He fell asleep with a quiet smile, knowing that the storm had not defeated them, but drawn them closer to their Creator. The following morning, Noah once again released the dove. This time, as the bird disappeared into the sky, he felt a stirring in his spirit, a sense that something had changed. Hours passed, the anticipation building within the ark as the family carried out their daily tasks. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, Noah heard the familiar flutter of wings. The dove had returned, and in its beak was a small olive branch. Noah's breath caught as he carefully took the delicate sprig from the bird's mouth. It was a sign. Life had begun to return to the earth. He gathered his family, holding the olive branch aloft as a symbol of hope fulfilled. Tears filled their eyes as they thanked God for his faithfulness. The olive branch was more than a sign of receding waters. It was a testament to God's promise that life would be restored. That night, the ark was filled with songs of praise. The family's voices rose together, a melody of gratitude that echoed through the wooden vessel. The olive branch became a beacon of God's unchanging love, a reminder that his plans were always for renewal and restoration. That evening, the stars emerged in a clear sky, their light reflected on the still waters below. Noah stepped outside to the small deck, gazing upward at the countless points of light that adorned the heavens. Each star felt like a promise, a glimmer of God's eternal faithfulness. Shining down on the ark, he thought about the generations to come, the descendants who would one day walk the earth and look up at these same stars. The covenant God had made was not just for Noah, but for all who would follow, a promise that spanned time and space. As he stood in awe of the heavens, Noah felt a profound sense of peace. The journey was not yet over, but the signs of God's faithfulness were all around him. The olive branch, the stillness of the waters, the stars above. Returning to the warmth of the ark, Noah shared his thoughts with his family. They gathered near the lantern, their hearts united in gratitude. Each person spoke of the ways they had seen God's hand at work during their time aboard the ark, their reflections weaving a story of faith and trust. That night, the stars seemed brighter, their light a gentle reminder that God's promises were as unchanging as the heavens. As the family drifted to sleep, their hearts were anchored in the hope of what was to come. The ark lay still, cradled in the waters beneath a sky filled with soft, golden hues. As Noah stepped out to the deck for his morning prayers, the crisp air carried a freshness he hadn't felt in weeks. It was as if creation itself was exhaling in relief, preparing for renewal. Noah reflected on God's promise, the olive branch from the dove still fresh in his memory. Each breath of this new morning felt like a gift. He closed his eyes and whispered a prayer of gratitude, his voice blending with the gentle lapping of water against the ark's hull. Inside, his family gathered for their daily devotions. The children's voices, eager and full of wonder, filled the space with a hopeful energy. They recited scripture, sang hymns, and shared their dreams of what the renewed earth might look like. Each word they spoke became a reminder of God's unshakable faithfulness. As they prayed, Noah felt a sense of unity deepen among them. The ark had not only preserved their lives, but also refined their trust in God and strengthened their bonds as a family. Every moment in this floating sanctuary was shaping them into a people who would carry the light of God's promises into the new world. Later that day, Noah decided to send out a raven to test the waters once more. Unlike the dove, the raven did not return, its journey shrouded in mystery. Noah watched its black wings disappear into the horizon, pondering its fate. While the raven's absence might have stirred worry in another heart, Noah felt only peace. He had learned to rest in God's timing, trusting that each sign, whether visible or not, was part of a greater plan. The silence that followed the raven's flight was not emptiness, but an invitation to wait with hope. As the day unfolded, the family turned their attention to tending the animals. The soft bleats of sheep and the contented purring of smaller creatures created a melody of life within the ark. Even in the waiting, there was work to be done, and each task became an act of worship. That evening, Noah shared his thoughts with his family, reminding them of God's sovereignty. The raven's flight does not diminish his promise, he said. We wait not in doubt, but in faith, for his timing is always perfect. Night fell gently, wrapping the ark in a blanket of stars. The family gathered near the central lantern, their voices rising in a hymn of praise. Noah's wife led the melody, her voice carrying the assurance of one who had seen God's faithfulness through every trial. The song echoed through the ark, a soothing balm for weary souls. Even the animals seemed to quiet, their rhythmic breaths aligning with the peaceful cadence of the music. Each note became a prayer, each lyric a testimony of God's unwavering presence. As the song faded, the family sat in reflective silence. Noah spoke softly, his voice steady with conviction. This ark is more than a vessel. It is a testament to his faithfulness. Let us never forget this sacred time, for it will shape the generations to come. That night, as the ark rocked gently on the water, the family slept deeply, their hearts anchored in the melodies of praise and the promises of God. The following morning brought a sense of quiet anticipation. The waters, which had once raged with overwhelming force, now seemed to recede with a gentle humility. Noah stood on the deck, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of land. Then, the stillness was profound, yet it was not empty. It carried the whispers of a new beginning, a quiet testimony to the Creator's ability to transform chaos into peace. Noah felt a deep reverence in his heart as he knelt to pray, his words a simple yet profound offering of gratitude. He resolved to journey this way soon. Inside, the family shared stories of God's faithfulness. Each memory, whether of laughter or trial, became a piece of the tapestry they were weaving together. They spoke of the days to come, dreaming of planting seeds and building homes of seeing the earth bloom once more under God's care. The day passed in peaceful tasks, the family working side by side with quiet determination. Every action felt sacred, a preparation for the life that awaited them beyond the ark's wooden walls. Days passed, and one morning, Noah spotted a faint outline in the distance. The ark had come to rest on a mountain top, the waters continuing to retreat around it. The sight filled Noah with awe, a tangible reminder that God's promise was being fulfilled, step by step. He called his family to the deck, and together they gazed at the peaks rising from the water. Their hearts swelled with hope, the sight of dry land renewing their strength. Even the youngest among them seemed to grasp the significance of the moment, their eyes wide with wonder. Noah lifted his hands in prayer, his voice steady and filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord, for guiding us safely to this place. Your faithfulness is our anchor, and your promises are our hope." The family joined him in a chorus of Amen, their voices harmonizing with the wind. The mountain tops became a symbol of God's unchanging faithfulness, a beacon of hope for the journey that lay ahead. As the ark settled on the mountain, the family began preparing for the moment they would step onto dry land. Though the waters still surrounded them, their hearts were filled with anticipation for the new life awaiting them. Noah spent hours in prayer, seeking wisdom and strength for the days to come. He prayed not just for his family, but for all creation, lifting the animals and the land into God's hands. His prayers were filled with gratitude for the ark, for the safety it had provided, and for the lessons learned within its walls. The family worked together, organizing supplies and tending to the animals with care. Each task felt imbued with purpose, a preparation for the life they would build on the renewed earth. The atmosphere within the ark was one of hope and unity, a reflection of the peace that came from trusting in God's plan. The day came when the waters had fully receded, and God spoke to Noah, instructing him to leave the ark. As the family stepped onto dry land, their feet touching the earth for the first time in months, a profound stillness enveloped them. Noah built an altar and offered a sacrifice of thanksgiving, the smoke rising toward the heavens as a fragrant offering. As they knelt in prayer, a rainbow stretched across the sky, its vibrant colors a covenant of God's faithfulness. Tears filled their eyes as they gazed at the rainbow, a reminder that God's promises were everlasting. The family stood together, their hearts overflowing with gratitude and awe. The journey aboard the ark had transformed them, deepening their faith and teaching them the power of God's unfailing love. As the rainbow faded into the horizon, the family turned their faces toward the future, ready to begin anew on the earth that God had restored. Every step they took was a testimony of His faithfulness, their lives a living reflection of His promises fulfilled. The air was crisp and fragrant as Noah and his family stood on the solid ground of a transformed earth. The waters that once consumed everything had receded, leaving behind a renewed world. They marveled at the land before them, still damp from the cleansing flood, yet vibrant with promise. Noah knelt down and touched the earth, his fingers sinking into the moist soil. It felt alive, teeming with potential, and the hope of God's restored creation. "This is His provision," Noah said, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. "We will honor Him with every step we take on this sacred ground." The animals, one by one, began to exit the ark. They moved slowly at first, their instincts guiding them to explore their new surroundings. Birds took to the skies, their wings cutting through the morning mist, while larger creatures roamed cautiously, finding paths in the open terrain. The family worked together to guide the animals, ensuring they safely adjusted to their new home. Each creature carried a part of God's plan, a reminder of His intricate care for all life. As they labored, they felt the warmth of God's presence, infusing every moment with purpose and peace. As the sun began to set, Noah gathered his family around the materials they had collected throughout the day: stones, wood, and earth. With hands weathered by months of labor and hearts overflowing with gratitude, they began to build an altar to the Lord. The task was sacred, each stone placed with intention and prayer. Noah spoke softly as they worked, reminding his family of God's faithfulness. "This altar is not just for us," he said, his voice firm yet tender. "It is a testament to the generations that will come, a reminder that our God keeps His promises." When the altar was complete, Noah lit a fire and prepared a burnt offering. The smoke rose into the heavens, carrying with it their prayers and thanksgiving. The family knelt in reverence, their hearts united in worship. As the flames danced in the cool evening air, God's presence felt near, a comforting assurance of His favor and guidance. They lingered by the altar long after the fire had died down, the peace of the moment settling deep within their souls. The next morning dawned clear and bright, the sky a canvas of endless blue. As the family continued their work, tending to the animals and preparing for life in this new world, a sudden brilliance filled the sky. They looked up and saw a radiant rainbow stretching across the horizon, its colors vivid and breathtaking. It seemed to embrace the earth, a divine signature of God's covenant. The sight brought tears to their eyes, a tangible reminder of the promise God had made to them. Noah gathered his family, pointing to the rainbow with a trembling hand. "This is His promise," he said, his voice filled with awe. "He will never again destroy the earth by flood. This bow in the sky is a sign of His everlasting covenant with all creation." The family stood in silence, the beauty of the moment etching itself into their hearts. The rainbow became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the midst of chaos and destruction, God's love endures forever. The days following their departure from the ark were filled with quiet, purposeful labor. Noah and his sons began planting seeds, their hands working diligently to bring new life to the earth. The simple act of sowing became an offering, a demonstration of their trust in God's provision. The women tended to the younger animals, guiding them to pastures where they could graze and grow strong. Each task, no matter how small, felt infused with God's presence. The rhythm of their work became a form of worship, a way to honor the Creator who had saved them. Without noticing, as the first sprouts broke through the soil, the family marveled at the miracle of growth. "Life returns," Noah said, his voice tinged with reverence. "He is faithful in all things, from the mightiest rainbow to the tiniest blade of grass." Evenings were spent together, sharing stories of their journey and dreaming of the future. The bonds forged during their time on the ark grew stronger, their shared faith a foundation for the generations to come. Months passed, and the earth began to flourish under their care. The once barren landscape now teemed with life, a testament to God's power to restore and renew. Trees stretched toward the heavens, rivers flowed with clarity, and the air buzzed with the sounds of creation. Sholin and Dallin tucked their sons away, and the earth buzzed with the sounds of creation. Noah stood at the edge of a field one morning, surveying the land that had been entrusted to them. His heart swelled with gratitude, not just for the beauty before him, but for the journey that had brought them here. Every trial, every moment of doubt, had led to this, a world renewed by God's hand. Gathering his family, Noah spoke words of encouragement and faith. "This is the beginning of a new chapter," he said. "We are stewards of this earth, called to care for it and glorify Him in all we do. Let us never forget His faithfulness, and may we always walk in His ways." As they bowed their heads in prayer, the sun rose higher, bathing the land in its golden light. The family stood united, ready to embrace the future, with hearts anchored in God's promises. Their journey had not just been one of survival, but of transformation. Through the storm and the waiting, through the waters and the rainbow, they had come to know the depth of God's love and the power of His covenant. Now they would carry that truth into the generations to come, living as beacons of His faithfulness in a world made new. As the family settled into their new lives, Noah often found himself drawn to moments of quiet reflection. One evening, he sat at the edge of a calm stream, its waters clear and gentle as they meandered through the valley. The sound of the rippling current was soothing, a reminder of the floodwaters that had once consumed the earth. Noah's thoughts drifted to the ark, the nights spent praying under the sound of relentless rain, the days of caring for the animals, and the unyielding trust in God's promise. Each memory was a testimony to God's provision, His presence evident in every detail. His wife joined him by the stream, bringing with her a basket of fresh fruits they had gathered. "Do you ever think about how far we've come?" she asked, her voice soft but filled with wonder. Noah nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Every day," he replied. "And every day I am reminded of His faithfulness. He brought us through the storm, not just to survive, but to rebuild and flourish. We are here because of Him." They sat in companionable silence, the glow of the setting sun casting golden hues over the landscape. In the stillness, they felt God's peace, a quiet assurance that His hand was upon them. As they continued to walk in obedience. One morning, as the family worked together in the fields, Noah gathered his sons to share a moment of teaching. The earth was fertile and the crops had begun to grow, their labor yielding fruitfulness that spoke of God's blessing. Noah placed a hand on Japheth's shoulder and said, "This land, this life, it is a gift, but it comes with a responsibility. We are stewards of what God has entrusted to us. Remember to walk in His ways, to honor Him with your work, and to trust Him in all things. Stretch out your hand to the nearest fruit tree, and let God step through you." Shem and Ham nodded, their expressions serious as they absorbed their father's words. They had seen firsthand the power of God's judgment and the depth of His mercy. Now, they were called to carry that knowledge forward, building a legacy of faith for the generations that would follow. As the day unfolded, the family worked side by side, their efforts rooted in purpose. Each action, from planting seeds to tending livestock, became a reflection of their devotion to God. Their faith was not just spoken, but lived, woven into the fabric of their daily lives. Late one evening, Noah stepped outside his tent and looked up at the night sky. The stars were brilliant, their light scattered across the heavens like countless jewels. He stood in awe, the vastness of creation, a reminder of God's infinite power and care. The stars had been His companions during the nights on the ark, a steady presence in the midst of uncertainty. Now, they were symbols of hope, a reflection of the promise God had made to him and his family. His youngest grandson joined him, his small hand slipping into Noah's weathered one. "Grandfather, why do the stars shine so brightly?" the boy asked, his voice filled with wonder. Noah smiled, lifting the boy into his arms. "They shine to remind us of God's promises," he said. "Just as they light up the night, His word lights up our lives. He is always with us, guiding us, even when we cannot see the way ahead." They stood together, gazing at the stars, their hearts filled with a peace that came from knowing they were part of God's eternal plan. As the seasons changed, the family gathered regularly to worship and give thanks. Each gathering was a celebration, a time to remember the journey that had brought them to this place, and to honor the God who had sustained them. Noah often led these times of worship, his voice strong yet tender, as he prayed and sang praises. The family joined in, their voices blending in harmony, rising like incense to the heavens. The animals, too, seemed to sense the sacredness of these moments, their movements quiet and reverent. One particular evening, as the family knelt around the altar, a gentle breeze swept through the valley. It carried with it the fragrance of blooming flowers and the unmistakable presence of God. The family felt His nearness, a comforting assurance that He was pleased with their offerings. "This altar is more than stones and fire," Noah said, his voice steady. "It is a symbol of our devotion, a reminder that our lives belong to Him. Let us always seek to honor Him in all that we do." The family's prayers continued late into the night, their hearts overflowing with gratitude and praise. As the years passed, Noah and his family continued to thrive in the new world God had given them. The land flourished under their care, and the lessons of the ark became a foundation for their lives. One day, Noah gathered his family under a great oak tree, its branches spreading wide like a canopy of protection. He looked at each of them, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. "We are the beginning of something greater than ourselves," he said. "This is not just about our family, but about the generations to come. Walk in his ways, teach your children, and never forget the covenant he made with us." The family joined hands, their unity a reflection of their shared faith. Together they prayed, committing themselves to the God who had brought them through the flood and into a new chapter of life. As they rose from their prayer, the rainbow appeared once more, arching across the sky in radiant colors. It was a reminder that God's promises endure, unchanging and eternal. Their journey had been one of trust, perseverance, and faith, a testament to the God who remained steadfast through every storm. Now, they looked to the future with hope, knowing that their lives were anchored in the unshakable foundation of His love and faithfulness. As the family settled into their new lives, Noah often found himself drawn to moments of quiet reflection. One evening, he sat at the edge of a calm stream, its waters clear and gentle as they meandered through the valley. The sound of the rippling current was soothing, a reminder of the floodwaters that had once consumed the earth. Noah's thoughts drifted to the ark, the nights spent praying under the sound of relentless rain, the days of caring for the animals, and the unyielding trust in God's promise. Each memory was a testimony to God's provision, His presence evident in every detail. His wife joined him by the stream, bringing with her a basket of fresh fruits they had gathered. "Do you ever think about how far we've come?" she asked, her voice soft but filled with wonder. Noah nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Every day," he replied, "and every day I am reminded of His faithfulness. He brought us through the storm, not just to survive, but to rebuild and flourish. We are here because of Him." They sat in companionable silence, the glow of the setting sun casting golden hues over the landscape. In the stillness, they felt God's peace, a quiet assurance that His hand was upon them as they continued to walk in obedience. One morning, as the family worked together in the fields, Noah gathered his sons to share a moment of teaching. The earth was fertile, and the crops had begun to grow, their labor yielding fruitfulness that spoke of God's blessing. Noah placed a hand on Japheth's shoulder and said, "This land, this life, it is a gift, but it comes with a responsibility. We are stewards of what God has entrusted to us. Remember to walk in His ways, to honor Him with your work, and to trust Him in all things." To trust Him in all things. Shem and Ham nodded, their expressions serious as they absorbed their father's words. They had seen firsthand the power of God's judgment and the depth of His mercy. Now they were called to carry that knowledge forward, building a legacy of faith for the generations that would follow. As the day unfolded, the family worked side by side, their efforts rooted in purpose. Each action, from planting seeds to tending livestock, became a reflection of their devotion to God. Their faith was not just spoken, but lived, woven into the fabric of their daily lives. Late one evening, Noah stepped outside his tent and looked up at the night sky. The stars were brilliant, their light scattered across the heavens like countless jewels. He stood in awe, the vastness of creation, a reminder of God's infinite power and care. The stars had been his companions during the nights on the ark, a steady presence in the midst of uncertainty. Now, they were symbols of hope, a reflection of the promise God had made to him and his family. His youngest grandson joined him, his small hand slipping into Noah's weathered one. "Grandfather, why do the stars shine so brightly?" the boy asked, his voice filled with wonder. Noah smiled, lifting the boy into his arms. "They shine to remind us of God's promises," he said. "Just as they light up the night, His word lights up our lives. He is always with us, guiding us, even when we cannot see the way ahead." They stood together, gazing at the stars, their hearts filled with a peace that came from knowing they were part of God's eternal plan. As the seasons changed, the family gathered regularly to worship and give thanks. Each gathering was a celebration, a time to remember the journey that had brought them to this place, and to honor the God who had sustained them. Noah often led these times of worship, his voice strong yet tender as he prayed and sang praises. The family joined in, their voices blending in harmony, rising like incense to the heavens. The animals, too, seemed to sense the sacredness of these moments, their movements quiet and reverent. One particular evening, as the family knelt around the altar, a gentle breeze swept through the valley. It carried with it the fragrance of blooming flowers and the unmistakable presence of God. The family felt His nearness, a comforting assurance that He was pleased with their offerings. "This altar is more than stones and fire," Noah said, his voice steady. "It is a symbol of our devotion, a reminder that our lives belong to Him. Let us always seek to honor Him in all that we do." The family's prayers continued late into the night, their hearts overflowing with gratitude and praise. As the years passed, Noah and his family continued to thrive in the new world God had given them. The land flourished under their care, and the lessons of the ark became a foundation for their lives. One day, Noah gathered his family under a great oak tree, its branches spreading wide like a canopy of protection. He looked at each of them, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. "We are the beginning of something greater than ourselves," he said. "This is not just about our family, but about the generations to come. Walk in His ways, teach your children, and never forget the covenant He made with us." The family joined hands, their unity a reflection of their shared faith. Together they prayed, committing themselves to the God who had brought them through the flood and into a new chapter of life. As they rose from their prayer, the rainbow appeared once more, arching across the sky in radiant colors. It was a reminder that God's promises endure, unchanging and eternal. Their journey had been one of trust, perseverance, and faith, a testament to the God who remains steadfast through every storm. Now they looked to the future with hope, knowing that their lives were anchored in the unshakable foundation of His love and faithfulness. And He brought him outside and said, "Look toward heaven and number the stars, if you are able to number them." Then He said to him, "So shall your offspring be." Genesis 15:05. Abraham sat at the entrance of his tent, the warmth of the day fading into the cool embrace of the desert night. The wilderness around him grew silent, save for the occasional rustle of wind through the scrub and the soft murmurs of his grazing flocks. It was in these quiet moments that Abraham often felt closest to God, his heart open to the whispers of the Almighty. This evening was no different, yet something stirred within him, a sense of anticipation he could not quite place. The sky above stretched endlessly, a canopy of deep indigo, painted with the first twinkling of stars. Abraham's eyes drifted upward, marveling at their beauty. The stars seemed to shimmer more brightly tonight, as if they carried a message from the heavens. Inside the tent, Sarah prepared the evening meal, her hands steady and practiced as she worked. Her gentle humming drifted into the night, mingling with the peaceful atmosphere. As the night deepened, Abraham felt the presence of God settling around him like a warm cloak. It was not an audible voice, but a deep, resounding assurance within his spirit. He closed his eyes, breathing in the stillness, knowing that the God who had called him from Ur was near. The night was still when Abraham heard the voice of the Lord, clear and steady, calling him by name. His heart quickened, not with fear, but with reverence, for he knew he stood in the presence of the Most High. "Here I am, Lord," Abraham said, his voice low but filled with conviction. The Lord spoke to him, reminding Abraham of the promises he had made. The land, the blessings, and the great nation that would come through him. Yet Abraham, though faithful, could not help but feel the weight of time. He and Sarah were growing old, and the fulfillment of God's covenant seemed distant, like a dream fading at dawn. "Lord God," Abraham began, his voice steady yet tinged with longing, "what will you give me? For I continue childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus." He lifted his eyes to the sky, seeking the face of the one who had guided him through so many trials. The answer came not in rebuke, but in reassurance. "Your own son shall be your heir," the Lord said, his words a balm to Abraham's soul. Then, as if to solidify his promise, God instructed Abraham to step outside. Abraham stepped out into the open, the vastness of the desert sky unfolding before him. Stars glittered in countless numbers, their light piercing the darkness like tiny beacons of hope. The cool night air brushed against his skin, carrying with it the faint scent of the earth. "Look toward heaven," the Lord said, his voice resonating in the stillness. "Number the stars, if you are able to number them." Abraham's eyes swept across the sky, his heart swelling with awe. The stars were too many to count, their brilliance overwhelming. Sit quietly, so shall your offspring be, the Lord continued, his words as steady and sure as the stars themselves. In that moment, Abraham felt his doubts melt away, replaced by a deep and abiding faith. The God who had created the heavens and the earth was the same God who had made this promise. Abraham fell to his knees, his heart overflowing with worship. He could not see the fulfillment of the promise, but he trusted in the one who had spoken it. The stars above became symbols of a future he could not yet grasp, but believed in with all his heart. The next day, Abraham prepared the offerings as the Lord had instructed. The animals were laid out in precise order, their presence a solemn reminder of the sacredness of the moment. As the sun began to set, Abraham felt a deep heaviness come over him, a holy weight that signaled the nearness of God. A thick darkness fell, and in the stillness, the Lord spoke once more, revealing the future of Abraham's descendants. They would be strangers in a land not their own, enduring hardships and servitude. But God's promise would not fail. He would bring them out with great possessions, leading them into the land he had promised. As the night deepened, a smoking firepot and a flaming torch appeared, passing between the pieces of the sacrifice. It was a sign of God's covenant, a declaration that his word was unbreakable. Abraham watched in awe, his heart filled with gratitude and reverence. The stars above bore silent witness to the covenant, their light steady and unwavering. Abraham knew that this moment would forever anchor his faith, a testament to the God who keeps his promises.
In the days that followed, Abraham carried the weight of the covenant with quiet dignity. He spoke little of the encounter, for it was a sacred experience, one he cherished deeply in his heart. Yet his faith was evident in every action, from the care he gave his flocks to the prayers he lifted for his household.
Sarah noticed the change in him, the quiet confidence that replaced the questions he once carried. "You believe, don't you?" she asked one evening as they sat beneath the stars.
"I do," Abraham replied, his gaze fixed on the heavens. "He has spoken, and he will fulfill his word. Our task is to trust and obey."
Sarah nodded, her own heart swelling with hope. Though the path ahead was uncertain, they were not walking it alone. The God who had called them out of their homeland was the same God who would bring his promises to fruition. As they sat together, the stars above seemed to shine more brightly, their light a constant reminder of the covenant. In the stillness of the night, Abraham and Sarah found peace, their hearts anchored in the unchanging faithfulness of God. The days stretched into weeks, and Abraham continued his life of obedience and faith in the promises of God. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the desert was transformed into a sanctuary of tranquility. The cool night breeze carried the faint aroma of wild herbs and the soft rustling of distant animals, a symphony of God's creation. Abraham often found himself drawn outside at night, gazing at the stars. Each glimmering light reminded him of God's words, of descendants as numerous as the stars above. The thought filled his heart with a sense of awe. Though he was old, and Sarah well past childbearing age, Abraham trusted in God's power to do the impossible. One night, as the breeze played gently through his hair, Abraham knelt to pray. "Lord, you are my shield, my strength, and my hope," he whispered, his voice blending with the stillness of the night. "You have made this covenant, and I will trust in your timing," said Abraham, "and I will trust in your timing."
The breeze seemed to answer him, wrapping him in a peaceful calm. He stayed there for some time, lost in the presence of God, feeling the assurance that his promises were as sure as the stars that filled the heavens. The rhythm of life on the desert plains was steady, filled with the daily tasks of tending flocks, repairing tents, and preparing meals. Yet amidst the busyness, Abraham always made time to pause and reflect on God's faithfulness. Each day carried its own reminders of the one who had called him out of his homeland and into a promise far greater than he could imagine. He meditated on his real faith.
One such evening, as the campfire crackled and the sky turned a deep shade of indigo, Abraham sat with Sarah. They spoke of their journey, of the times they had seen God's hand so clearly, and the moments of doubt when his promises seemed distant. "Do you remember when we first set out from Haran?" Sarah asked, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "I do," Abraham replied. "It was a step into the unknown, but we have never walked alone." Sarah smiled, her faith strengthened by his unwavering trust. The two sat in silence for a while, the night enveloping them in its quiet embrace. Above, the stars shone brightly, each one a testament to the covenant God had made. Patience had become a constant companion for Abraham and Sarah. Though they trusted in God's promise, the waiting was not always easy. Some days the doubts would creep in like shadows, whispering questions of when and how. Yet Abraham knew that faith required trust, even when the answers were not immediately clear.
One evening, Abraham found himself walking along the edge of the camp, the stars his only companions. The vastness of the sky reminded him of the enormity of God's plan, one that stretched far beyond his understanding.
As he walked, he prayed aloud, his voice steady and filled with conviction. "Lord, you are the creator of heaven and earth. If you can place each star in the sky and call it by name, surely you can fulfill the promise you have spoken." The act of voicing his faith brought him peace, and by the time he returned to the camp, his heart was light. The waiting was not a burden, but an opportunity to trust in the one who holds all things in his hands. While Abraham often spoke his prayers aloud, Sarah's moments with God were quieter, woven into the fabric of her daily life. As she prepared meals, cared for the animals, and tended to their home, her thoughts would drift heavenward. One particular evening, as the camp settled into the stillness of night, Sarah sat by the tent, her hands resting in her lap. The stars above seemed to twinkle with a divine rhythm, their light a gentle reminder of God's presence. "Lord," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "you have spoken, and we trust in you. Teach me to wait with patience and to hope without wavering. Her heart was filled with a quiet peace as she sat there, the cool night air wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. In the stillness, she felt the nearness of God, a reassurance that His promises were not forgotten. One night, as Abraham sat under the stars, he was struck by the sheer beauty of the sky. The stars seemed brighter than ever, their light piercing the darkness with a brilliance that took his breath away. It was as if the heavens themselves were declaring the faithfulness of God. In that moment, Abraham was reminded of the Creator's power, not just to form the stars, but to orchestrate every detail of his life. He thought of the covenant, of the descendants who would one day fill the earth, and his heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord," he murmured, his voice filled with emotion. "Thank you for your promises, for your faithfulness, and for the assurance that you are with me." As he gazed at the stars, he felt a deep sense of peace. The journey was not yet complete, but he knew he was walking in step with the one who had called him. The night stretched on, quiet and serene, a perfect reflection of the steadfastness of God's love.
One night, as the camp lay still, and the only sounds were the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, Abraham sat alone under the heavens. The stars, his nightly companions, gleamed as though they were aware of the divine covenant. Abraham's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden sense of God's presence, overwhelming and peaceful. In the stillness, the Lord spoke to his heart, reaffirming the promise. "Abraham, do not be afraid. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward. Look at the stars. So shall your descendants be."
The words resonated deeply within him, a reminder that God's plans would prevail despite any obstacles. Abraham bowed his head, tears filling his eyes. "Lord, I believe," he whispered. "Help me remain faithful as I wait upon you." The night seemed to shimmer with the presence of the divine, and Abraham was filled with renewed confidence. He knew that God's covenant was unshakable, and the stars above bore witness to his faithfulness. As the evening breeze swept through the camp, Abraham gathered his household for an impromptu time of Thanksgiving. They built a fire, its warm glow pushing back the shadows of the desert night.
Abraham stood before them, his voice steady and filled with reverence. "Tonight, let us give thanks to the Lord, who has called us, guided us, and sustained us. His promises are sure, and his mercy endures forever."
The group joined in a prayer of gratitude, their voices rising together in the cool night air. Even the animals seemed to grow still, as though sensing the holiness of the moment. The end. Later, as the camp settled into peaceful slumber, Abraham remained by the fire, reflecting on all that God had done. The journey had not been without its challenges, but each trial had been met with God's provision. His heart swelled with gratitude, and he lifted his hands to the sky. "Thank you, Lord, for your faithfulness," he prayed, his words carrying the weight of a soul at peace.
The days turned into weeks, and Sarah found herself pondering the promise more often. Though the years had taught her patience, she couldn't help but wonder how God would fulfill his covenant. Her doubts had once been strong, but they were now replaced by a quiet anticipation, nurtured by Abraham's unwavering faith.
One evening, as she prepared for rest, Sarah stepped outside the tent. The stars were especially bright, their light illuminating the desert sands. She thought of the promise God had given Abraham, descendants as countless as these stars, and a smile crept across her face. "Lord," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft rustling of the wind, "you are the giver of life and the keeper of promises. I trust you, even when I cannot see how." She stood there for a while, her heart lightened by the beauty of the night and the assurance that God was working, even in the waiting. When she finally returned to the tent, her soul was at peace, filled with a joy that only faith could bring. Abraham often reflected on the weight of the covenant. It was not just a promise of blessing, but also a call to obedience and faithfulness. One night, as the camp lay quiet and the moon cast its soft glow over the desert, Abraham sat alone, contemplating the enormity of what God had entrusted to him.
"Lord," he prayed, his voice low and steady, "you have called me to walk in your ways, and I desire to honor you. Teach me to lead my household in righteousness, that your name may be glorified through us."
The weight of responsibility was tempered by the knowledge that he was not alone. God's presence was a constant source of strength, guiding him through every step of the journey. Abraham felt a deep sense of purpose, knowing that his obedience would impact generations to come. The stars above seemed to nod in agreement, their light a reminder of God's unwavering commitment. Abraham rested in the assurance that the one who had made the promise was faithful to fulfill it. One particularly clear evening, Abraham was stirred from his sleep by a sudden urge to step outside. The sky was breathtaking, with stars scattered like diamonds across the velvety expanse. It was a sight that never ceased to amaze him, a glimpse of the Creator's majesty. As he stood there, the Lord's words from long ago echoed in his heart. "Look toward heaven and number the stars if you are able. So shall your descendants be." Abraham smiled, his faith renewed by the beauty of the night. "Lord," he said aloud, "your plans are far beyond my understanding, but I trust you completely. Thank you for your promises and for the privilege of walking in covenant with you." He remained there for hours, lost in worship and awe, the stars above serving as a testament to the greatness of God. When he finally returned to the tent, his heart was full, and he fell into a peaceful sleep, knowing that God was in control. Sario est, the rose of God, growing large.
Abraham awoke before dawn, the sky a soft gradient of colors as the first light of day began to appear. Though the promise of countless descendants was steadfast in his heart, the waiting often tested his patience. He knelt by the tent, offering his morning prayers.
"Lord, you have spoken, and I trust your word. Yet my human heart grows weary in the waiting. Grant me the strength to be patient, to trust your timing above my own." Abraham prayed earnestly, his hands lifted toward the heavens. The day passed quietly, with the camp bustling in its usual rhythm. As the evening descended, Abraham stepped away from the commotion, seeking solitude under the stars. It was here, in the stillness, that he found peace. God's creation seemed to whisper his reassurance. The wind carried a calming message, and the stars twinkled as if to remind Abraham that divine timing is always perfect. Patience, he realized, was part of his journey, a refining process that drew him closer to God. One particular evening, as the desert grew quiet, Abraham felt an intense need to surrender his worries to God. Though his faith was firm, the questions of when and how the promise would unfold lingered in the back of his mind.
He walked to the edge of the camp, where the horizon seemed to stretch endlessly. Kneeling in the sand, Abraham poured out his heart to the Lord. "Father, I do not understand all of your ways, but I trust them. I lay my doubts and fears at your feet, knowing you are faithful to complete what you have begun." As he prayed, a profound peace washed over him. The worries he had carried dissolved, replaced by a deep sense of calm. Abraham realized that surrendering his will to God's was not a sign of weakness, but of strength in faith. He returned to the camp that night with a lighter heart, the stars above bearing witness to his renewed trust in the Almighty.
The days in the desert often followed a predictable rhythm, but Abraham knew that every moment carried an opportunity to deepen his trust in God. One night, after sharing a simple meal with Sarah, he found himself gazing at the stars once more. "Each one of these stars is a promise," Abraham said to himself, his voice soft but steady. "A reminder that God's word is unchanging, no matter how long the wait may seem." Sarah joined him, her hand resting lightly on his arm. "Do you think it will be soon?" she asked, her voice carrying both hope and a hint of lingering uncertainty. Abraham turned to her, his eyes filled with reassurance. "God's timing is perfect, Sarah. When the promise is fulfilled, we will see his hand in every moment of the journey." They sat in comfortable silence, the vast sky above them a silent testament to the one who had made the stars and the promise. Trust was not just a lesson for Abraham, but for all who would come after him. As the days turned into months, Abraham found his faith tested yet strengthened. One night, as the desert wind carried the scent of distant rains, the Lord appeared to Abraham in a vision. "Abraham, Abraham, I am Almighty God. Walk before me and be blameless," the Lord said, his voice like the sound of rushing waters. "I will establish my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly." Abraham fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the presence of the Almighty. "Lord, I am your servant. Do with me as you will," he responded, his voice trembling with reverence. The vision filled Abraham with a renewed sense of purpose. God's words were a powerful reminder that the covenant was not only a promise, but also a call to obedience. Abraham resolved to live each day in faith, trusting that the one who had called him would be faithful to fulfill his word.
As another day came to an end, Abraham stood once more beneath the heavens. The stars had become a sacred reminder of God's promise, their silent brilliance a testament to his faithfulness.
He stretched out his hands, as though reaching toward the countless points of light. "Lord," he said aloud, "you have placed these stars in the sky, and you have placed your promise in my heart. I trust you completely, for you are the creator of all things." In the stillness of the night, Abraham felt an overwhelming sense of God's presence. It was as though the very stars were singing a song of assurance, their light carrying a message of hope and peace.
The camp lay quiet as Abraham lingered, his heart filled with gratitude and awe. The stars bore witness to a covenant that would span generations, a promise that would never fade.
Finally, Abraham returned to his tent, his spirit at rest. He knew that the God of the stars was also the God of his heart, and that truth brought him peace that surpassed all understanding. The camp was quiet, with only the gentle rustle of the desert breeze breaking the silence. Abraham sat near the fire, its flames casting soft shadows on the sands around him. The day had been long but fruitful, filled with moments of gratitude as he reflected on the journey God had brought him through. He stared into the flickering firelight, his thoughts wandering to the first time he had heard God's voice. It had been a call to leave everything familiar, to step into the unknown with nothing but faith in God's promise. Now, as he looked around at the camp, the animals, and his faithful servants, he realized how far the Lord had brought him. "Lord," Abraham prayed, his voice barely above a whisper, "you have never left me. From the moment you called me out of Ur, you have guided every step. I trust you still, even in the waiting." The stars above seemed to nod in agreement, their light a silent witness to the faithfulness of the Creator. Ahiram lingered by the fire, his heart filled with peace and assurance, before retiring for the night. Sarah stood at the edge of the camp, her gaze fixed on the endless expanse of desert. The years had been long, and though she trusted in God's promise, there were moments when doubt crept in. But tonight felt different. There was a stillness in the air, a quiet reassurance that God was near. She thought of the promise given to Abraham, the covenant that would one day bring life from their aged bodies. The thought was almost too wonderful to grasp, yet she felt a spark of hope deep within her. It only took a second for Abraham's body to cool down still, and she felt herself dropping.
"Lord," she prayed softly, her hands clasped together, "you are the giver of life. Teach me to trust in your timing, to believe in your power, even when the waiting feels endless."
The cool night breeze brushed against her face, and she closed her eyes, feeling the peace that only God could provide. The stars above seemed brighter than usual, their light a reminder of the countless generations yet to come. When she finally returned to the tent, her steps were lighter, her heart filled with renewed hope.
The camp was unusually quiet as Abraham prepared for his evening prayers. He felt a stirring in his spirit, as though something significant was about to happen. Kneeling in the soft sand, he lifted his hands toward the heavens.
"Lord, you are faithful and true. Your promises never fail. Speak to your servant tonight, for my heart is open to your word. Lord, you are faithful and true." The night grew still, and Abraham sensed the presence of the Almighty. In the quiet of his soul, he heard God's voice. "Abraham, my covenant with you will stand forever. Through you, All the nations of the earth will be blessed. Abraham's heart swelled with gratitude and awe. The confirmation of the covenant filled him with renewed faith and purpose. He bowed low, his forehead touching the ground. Thank you, Lord, for your faithfulness. I am your servant, and I will walk in your ways all the days of my life. The stars above seemed to shine brighter, as though celebrating the unbreakable bond between God and his chosen servant.
As the days turned into months, Abraham continued to walk in faith, trusting in God's timing. One evening, after the camp had settled for the night, he gathered his family and servants around the fire.
I want to share with you the story of God's promise, Abraham began, his voice steady and filled with reverence. He has called us to walk by faith, not by sight, trusting in his plan, even when we cannot see the outcome. He recounted the moments of doubt and fear, the times when the promise seemed impossible, and how God had been faithful through it all. The group listened intently, their faces illuminated by the firelight. We serve a God who keeps his promises, Abraham concluded. Let us remain faithful to him, for his plans are far greater than we could ever imagine. The night air seemed to carry his words, spreading them far and wide. As the group dispersed to their tents, Abraham remained by the fire, his heart at peace. The stars were bright, their light casting a gentle glow over the camp. Abraham stood outside his tent, his gaze fixed on the heavens. Something in his spirit told him that the fulfillment of the promise was drawing near. He thought of all the years he and Sarah had waited, the moments of doubt, and the countless prayers they had lifted to the Lord. Now, as he stood under the vast expanse of sky, he felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. Lord, he prayed, his voice strong and filled with gratitude, you are faithful and true. Your promises are unshakable, and I trust you with all my heart. Thank you for the work you are doing, even when I cannot see it. The stars seemed to wink back at him, a celestial reminder of God's faithfulness. Abraham felt a deep peace settle over him, a knowing that God's timing was perfect. It was this point that Hadrian fell asleep. He returned to the tent where Sarah was waiting. Together, they sat in quiet companionship, their hearts united in faith and anticipation. The promise was near, and they were ready to receive it with open hands and grateful hearts. The night was still, and the camp rested under a blanket of stars. Abraham sat quietly, recalling the covenant God had made with him. The memory of that sacred night, when God's voice spoke so clearly and the stars bore witness to his promise, was as vivid as ever. Abraham reached for the staff by his side, tracing the grains of the wood with his fingers. It had been his companion through many journeys, a symbol of his faith and trust in the Lord. Tonight, the staff felt heavier, not from age, but from the weight of the promise he carried. He lifted his eyes to the heavens and spoke softly. Lord, your covenant is written on my heart. I will not falter, for you have shown me your faithfulness time and again. I trust that you will fulfill all you have promised. The stars seemed to shimmer brighter, their light spilling over the camp like a gentle reminder of the generations yet to come. Abraham closed his eyes, the peace of God settling over him like a warm embrace. Inside the tent, Sarah sat by the glow of a small oil lamp. The soft light flickered across her face, reflecting the quiet joy in her eyes. Tonight felt different. A sense of expectancy filled the air, a whisper of something wondrous on the horizon. She thought of the years of waiting, the prayers whispered in the stillness of the night, and the moments when doubt had threatened to steal her hope. Yet, here she was, her heart full of faith, leaning on the promise of a God who never fails.
Lord, Sarah prayed, her hands resting gently over her heart, I thank you for your faithfulness. You have carried us through the years, and I trust in your perfect timing. Let my life be a testament to your power and grace.
The breeze outside the tent carried the sweet scent of desert flowers, a reminder of new life springing forth, even in the most unlikely places. Sarah smiled, her heart filled with peace as she extinguished the lamp and drifted into restful sleep. The night was unusually quiet, the kind of stillness that seemed to amplify the presence of God. Abraham was stirred from his sleep, a soft nudge in his spirit prompting him to step outside. As he emerged from the tent, the sight of the star-filled sky took his breath away. It was as if the heavens were declaring God's glory, each star a sparkling reminder of his promise. Abraham felt a warmth in his chest, a reassurance that the God who created these stars was the same God who had made a covenant with him. In the quiet of the night, he knelt on the cool sand, lifting his hands toward the heavens. Lord, I am yours, he prayed. Use me to fulfill your purpose, for your glory and honor. May my life reflect your faithfulness to all generations. The stars seemed to draw closer, their light wrapping around him like a divine embrace. Abraham remained there, lost in worship, until the first hints of dawn began to paint the horizon. As the morning sun rose over the camp, the sense of expectancy that had filled the night lingered. Abraham and Sarah began their day as they always did, tending to the needs of the camp and offering prayers of thanksgiving. But in their hearts, they both sensed that something extraordinary was about to happen. The years of waiting, the countless nights spent under the stars, the quiet whispers of faith, they had all been leading to this moment. Abraham took Sarah's hand as they walked together through the camp. God is faithful, he said, his voice steady with conviction. What he has promised, he will surely bring to pass. Sarah nodded, her eyes glistening with emotion. Yes, and his timing is perfect. The day passed with an unspoken anticipation, each moment filled with the quiet assurance that the fulfillment of God's promise was drawing near. But Teleliver promised not to disappoint. That night, the stars shone brighter than ever, their light illuminating the desert landscape. Abraham and Sarah sat outside their tent, their hands intertwined as they gazed at the heavens. The peace of God surrounded them, a gentle reminder of His presence. As they prayed together, their hearts were overwhelmed with gratitude. The journey had not been easy, but it had been filled with moments of God's faithfulness, each step bringing them closer to this night. "Lord," Abraham prayed, his voice steady and filled with reverence, "You have fulfilled your promise. We give you all the glory and honor, for you alone are worthy." The stars above seemed to sing a silent hymn of praise, their light a reflection of God's unchanging faithfulness. Abraham and Sarah sat in the stillness, their hearts united in worship and thanksgiving. The night was a sacred one, a moment etched in time as a testament to the God who keeps His promises. As the camp grew quiet, the peace of God wrapped around them like a warm blanket, carrying them into restful sleep. And behold, the Lord stood above it and said, "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father and the God of Isaac. I am with you and will keep you wherever you go." Genesis 28:13-15. The wilderness stretched endlessly before Jacob as the last hues of twilight faded into the deep blue of night. Alone under the vast canopy of stars, he carried the weight of uncertainty and fear. The journey from his family's camp had been long and filled with the echoes of his own thoughts, each step a reminder of the brother he had left behind, and the unknown future ahead. The ground beneath him was uneven, but exhaustion forced him to stop for the night. Finding a large, smooth stone, Jacob set it down as a pillow. He laid himself upon the earth, the coolness of the ground seeping through his robes. "Lord," he whispered into the silence, "I have failed in many ways, but I seek your guidance now. Be with me in this unknown place." The stars twinkled above, as if offering silent reassurance. In the stillness of the night, a vision began to unfold. Jacob found himself standing in a place unlike any he had ever known. Before him rose a magnificent ladder that reached from the earth to the heavens, its base resting on the ground and its pinnacle disappearing into the brilliance of God's light. Angels ascended and descended the ladder, their movements graceful and filled with purpose. Their presence brought a sense of awe and peace, their glowing forms a reflection of heaven's glory. Jacob stood transfixed, his heart beating with wonder. Above the ladder, the voice of the Lord resounded like a gentle thunder, enveloping him in divine assurance. "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie I will give to you and your offspring. I am with you and will keep you wherever you go." The words washed over Jacob like a soothing balm, filling him with a peace he had not known before. Jacob stirred as the first rays of dawn crept across the horizon. The vision lingered vividly in his mind, each detail etched into his heart. Sitting up, he placed a trembling hand on the stone that had served as his pillow. "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it," Jacob murmured, his voice filled with awe. He looked around at the barren wilderness, that had felt so lonely the night before. Now, it was sacred ground, a place where heaven had touched earth. He took the stone and set it upright as a pillar, pouring oil over it as an act of worship. "This place shall be called Bethel," he declared, his heart swelling with gratitude. "For here God has shown me his faithfulness." As the morning unfolded, Jacob's steps felt lighter. Though his journey was far from over, the vision of the ladder and God's promise gave him strength. As Jacob resumed his journey, the wilderness seemed less daunting. Though the terrain was still rugged, his heart carried the assurance that he was not alone. The memory of God's voice on the ladder filled his spirit with hope, and the image of angels ascending and descending reminded him that heaven's help was near. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of wild blossoms. Jacob paused, his senses alert to the beauty around him. It was as though creation itself echoed God's promise, "I am with you and will keep you wherever you go." He reflected on the God of his fathers, Abraham and Isaac, the God who had called them to trust him, even in times of great uncertainty. Jacob realized this same God was now guiding him, weaving his life into the greater tapestry of his divine plan. A soft prayer escaped Jacob's lips. "Lord, help me trust you as my fathers did. Let my life bring glory to your name." Jacob often glanced back at the distant hills where Bethel lay. Though he had left the physical place behind, the spiritual significance remained etched in his heart. The stone he had set as a pillar of remembrance became a symbol of God's covenant, a reminder of the promises spoken in the night. Each evening, as Jacob prepared to rest, he would gather a small stone from wherever he was. Holding it in his hands, he would recall the words of God's promise. "This stone," he would whisper, "is a reminder that you are with me." The act became a sacred ritual, a way of anchoring his heart in the assurance of God's presence. Night after night, Jacob slept under the stars, finding peace in the rhythm of prayer and reflection. Though his path was uncertain, his faith grew stronger with each step. The days of travel were long, but Jacob's thoughts often turned to the dream of the ladder. What did it mean that angels moved so freely between heaven and earth? What was God preparing him for in this journey? As the sun dipped below the horizon one evening, Jacob rested by a stream. The water's gentle murmurs reminded him of God's voice in the vision. "Your descendants shall be like the dust of the earth," God had said. The enormity of that promise left Jacob in awe. "Lord," he prayed, gazing at his reflection in the water, "I am but one man, yet you have spoken of nations to come from me. Teach me to walk faithfully, to honor you in all that I do." The stream seemed to sparkle in response, its ripples reflecting the light of the stars above. Jacob smiled, his heart filled with wonder at the God who saw beyond his present circumstances. He slipped to the opposite side of the boat. One night, Jacob's journey brought him to a wide open plain, where the horizon stretched endlessly in all directions. He felt the urge to pause and worship. Gathering a few stones, he built a small altar, and knelt before it, lifting his hands toward the heavens. "Lord of heaven and earth," Jacob began, his voice steady and reverent, "you have revealed yourself to me in my time of need. You are faithful, and I trust in your promises. Guide my steps and make me worthy of the covenant you have given." The stars above seemed to twinkle in harmony with his prayer, their light casting a soft glow over the plain. Jacob remained in worship, his heart overflowing with gratitude and peace. The night became a sacred moment, a time of renewal and deep connection with his Creator. Despite the peace Jacob carried, the wilderness was not without its challenges. Days of walking left him weary, and provisions sometimes ran low. Yet, in every moment of difficulty, Jacob found reminders of God's provision. A hidden spring would appear just when his thirst became unbearable, or a cluster of fruit would hang low on a tree, offering nourishment. Jacob began to see these moments as gifts from God, signs that he was indeed keeping his promise to watch over him. "Even in the wilderness, you are with me," Jacob would say, his voice filled with quiet confidence. Spoon. As the days turned into weeks, Jacob's faith grew deeper. Each challenge became an opportunity to trust God more fully, and the memory of the ladder continued to inspire him. He gradually became hopeful that the sky was wide open. One clear night, as Jacob rested under the stars, he felt a deep sense of peace wash over him. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the ladder once more, its rungs stretching from earth to heaven. This time, he imagined himself stepping onto the ladder, his heart open to the call of God. The thought filled him with awe. Could it be that God was inviting him to draw nearer, to ascend in faith and trust? The image lingered as Jacob whispered a prayer. "Lord, I am yours. Teach me to walk in your ways, to climb the ladder of faith you have set before me." The vision gave Jacob a renewed sense of purpose. He realized that the ladder was not just a connection between heaven and earth, but a symbol of God's desire for relationship with his people. A small figure, clad in white, crosses the middle of the ladder, saying the prayer from which the story came. As dawn broke over the wilderness, Jacob stood at the edge of a cliff, watching the sun rise. The colors of the sky painted a picture of hope, a reminder that each new day was a gift from God. He took the stone he had gathered the night before and placed it on the ground, speaking softly, "This stone is a testimony to your faithfulness, Lord. Wherever I go, I will remember your promises." The wind carried his words across the plain, and Jacob felt a deep sense of belonging. Though he was far from home, he knew that God's presence surrounded him. With renewed determination, Jacob resumed his journey, his steps guided by the light of God's promises. Jacob's journey continued, and with every passing day, the wilderness seemed less threatening. He had begun to see God's handiwork in the smallest details, the way the wind whispered through the grass, the gentle curve of a bird's flight, the way the stars seemed to align just so in the vast night sky. Each of these became signs of God's assurance echoing the promise spoken above the ladder. One evening, as he prepared to rest, Jacob picked up a particularly smooth stone and turned it over in his hands. It reminded him of the pillar he had set at Bethel. He thought about how that stone had marked the place of his encounter with God, and how each new day brought its own testimony of God's faithfulness. "Lord," he whispered into the growing dusk, "I thank you for the stones of remembrance you place in my path. May I never forget your faithfulness, even in the trials yet to come." With that, Jacob placed the stone at his bedside, and under the watchful gaze of the stars, he drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. That night, Jacob's sleep was stirred by another dream. This time, he found himself standing at the base of the ladder once more. The angels moved as before, ascending and descending, their faces radiant with the light of heaven. But now the vision expanded. Above him, Jacob saw a great multitude, countless men, women, and children, all connected by an invisible thread of faith. He realized these were his descendants, the fulfillment of God's promise. Their laughter and songs filled the air, and Jacob's heart swelled with wonder. Then the Lord's voice came again, resonating through the dream. "Jacob, I am with you. I will bring you back to this land, and I will fulfill all that I have spoken to you. Trust in me, for my plans are greater than what you can see." Psalm 147, verses 1 through 3. "Jacob, I am with you. I will bring you back to this land, and I will also protect you." Jacob awoke with tears in his eyes. The dream was not merely a glimpse of his future, but a reaffirmation of God's covenant. He knelt where he had slept and offered a prayer of gratitude and surrender. Days stretched into weeks as Jacob journeyed through the wilderness, but his heart was no longer heavy with fear or loneliness. Instead, he began to treasure the solitude, seeing it as an opportunity to grow closer to God. He spent his evenings in quiet meditation, reflecting on the dreams God had given him. The ladder, the angels, and the voice of the Lord were not just distant memories, but living promises that carried him through each day. At times, Jacob found himself speaking aloud, as though in conversation with God. "You have led me this far, Lord," he would say, gazing at the horizon. "I trust that you will lead me the rest of the way. Teach me to walk in obedience and faith." The wilderness became a place of transformation. What had once seemed barren and desolate now felt sacred, filled with the presence of the God who walked with him. One particularly clear night, Jacob lay on his back, staring up at the stars. They seemed brighter than usual, their light filling the vast expanse of the sky. He remembered God's words to Abraham, his grandfather. "Look toward heaven and number the stars if you are able. So shall your offspring be." The same promise had now been given to him, and Jacob felt a deep connection to the generations that had come before and the ones that would follow. In that moment, the stars were not just distant lights. They were a tangible reminder of God's faithfulness across the ages. Jacob raised his hand toward the heavens as if to touch the stars. "You are the God of my father Isaac and my grandfather Abraham," he whispered. "And you are my God. I will trust in your promises, even when I cannot see the way ahead." As the stars shimmered above him, Jacob felt a profound peace settle over his spirit. The night became a sanctuary, a place where heaven and earth seemed to meet. Jacob's journey was nearing a turning point. He could sense it in his spirit, though the path ahead remained uncertain. The memories of Bethel, the ladder, and the dreams God had given him were now his constant companions, shaping his thoughts and actions. As he prepared to rest one evening, Jacob reflected on the lessons the wilderness had taught him. He had learned to trust in God's provision, to find strength in solitude, and to walk in faith even when the way was unclear. "Lord," he prayed, kneeling beside his evening fire, "you have been with me every step of this journey. I place my future in your hands. Whatever lies ahead, I know that you will guide me and keep me, as you have promised." The fire crackled softly, its warm glow illuminating Jacob's face. He closed his eyes, his heart filled with gratitude and hope. The wilderness no longer felt like a place of exile, but a sacred space where he had encountered the living God. The wilderness opened into a quiet valley as Jacob's journey brought him to another resting place. Here, he noticed a smooth, flat stone embedded in the earth, larger than any he had encountered before. It drew his attention, its surface catching the evening light in a way that felt almost divine. Jacob paused, sensing the significance of this moment. Gathering smaller stones from around the area, he built an altar atop the larger one. He knelt before it, placing his hands upon the surface, and prayed aloud. "Lord, you are my strength and my guide. You have led me this far, and I worship you for your faithfulness." As the stars emerged, Jacob remained in prayer, pouring out his heart to God. He remembered the promises spoken at Bethel and the covenant made with his grandfather Abraham. This stone would become his next marker of worship, a place where he consecrated himself anew to God's purposes. In the stillness of the night, Jacob felt a deep peace settle over him, as though heaven itself had drawn near. One night, as Jacob lay under the open sky, the rhythm of his thoughts turned to melody. Quietly at first, he began to sing, a song of trust and gratitude to the God who had spoken to him. The melody rose and fell with the breeze, carrying his words into the night. "O God of heaven, you who watch over me, your promises are sure. Your love sets me free through valleys deep and mountains high. Your faithfulness is my guide." The song became a prayer, a way for Jacob to express his faith and dependence on the one who had called him. The words flowed naturally, inspired by the beauty around him and the visions he had received. The song stayed with Jacob long after the night had passed. He would hum its tune as he walked, letting its truth anchor him in moments of doubt. It became a constant reminder that the God of the covenant was always near. As Jacob continued his journey, he often found his thoughts returning to the vision of the ladder. One evening, as the sun set in hues of gold and crimson, Jacob paused by a stream to rest. The reflection of the sky on the water's surface reminded him of the brilliance of the ladder and the angels who moved upon it. Closing his eyes, Jacob let the memory of the vision fill his mind. He imagined the angels once more, their presence a bridge between heaven and earth. In his heart, he felt the same assurance that God's promises would never fail. Lord, Jacob prayed softly, help me to walk faithfully as one who has seen your glory. Let my life be a testimony to your goodness and grace. The stream's gentle murmurs seemed to echo his prayer, and as the first stars appeared, Jacob felt a renewed sense of purpose. The ladder was not just a vision of God's presence, but an invitation to live in alignment with His will. One afternoon, as Jacob journeyed through a particularly arid stretch of land, he came upon an unexpected sight: a single, vibrant flower growing amidst the dry earth. Its delicate petals were a burst of color against the barren landscape, a reminder that life could flourish even in the harshest conditions. Jacob knelt beside the flower, marveling at its beauty. It spoke to him of God's ability to bring life and hope where none seemed possible. He thought of the promises God had made, the descendants, the land, the blessings, and how impossible they might have seemed to someone who only saw the wilderness. "The Lord," Jacob murmured, "you are the God who makes the desert bloom. In you, nothing is impossible. Teach me to trust in your timing and your ways." The flower became a symbol of hope for Jacob, a living testament to God's power to fulfill His promises. Listen, as the sun dipped below the horizon one evening, Jacob found himself on a hill overlooking a wide expanse of land. The sky was painted with shades of pink and lavender, and a gentle breeze rustled the grass around him. Jacob spread his cloak on the ground and sat, gazing out at the beauty of the evening. He thought about how far he had come and the ways God had revealed Himself throughout the journey. The wilderness, once a place of uncertainty and fear, had become a sanctuary where he had encountered God's presence time and time again. "Lord," Jacob prayed, his voice steady and filled with gratitude, "you have kept me through the trials and have shown me your faithfulness. My heart is at peace because I know you are with me." The night deepened, and Jacob lay back, his head resting on a smooth stone. The stars above seemed brighter than ever, their light a reflection of the covenant that bound him to the God of heaven and earth. The wilderness stretched wide before Jacob, its quiet vastness surrounding him like a comforting embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Jacob stopped by a small grove of trees. The air was unusually still, and even the rustle of leaves seemed muted. Jacob set down his belongings and began to pray. "Lord, you have led me through this land. showing me your presence in dreams, signs, and whispers of assurance. Tonight, I ask for your guidance anew. Speak, and I will listen. As he knelt in silence, Jacob became acutely aware of the stillness around him. The absence of sound was profound, and yet it seemed to carry the weight of God's presence. Then, within his heart, he felt the Lord's voice. Jacob, I am with you. My plans for you will not fail. Be strong and trust in me. Tears welled in Jacob's eyes as he sat in the quiet, the peace of God washing over him. It was not the thunderous voice of heaven, but the gentle whisper of assurance that filled his soul. As Jacob journeyed further, he encountered a shepherd tending his flock. The sight brought memories of his own family's flocks and the countless evenings spent watching over them. He paused, watching the shepherd lead his sheep to a quiet stream, his staff guiding them gently. The scene reminded Jacob of God's care for him. Like the shepherd, the Lord had guided him, providing for his needs and leading him through uncertain terrain. The Lord is my shepherd, Jacob murmured, echoing words that would one day be spoken by his descendants. He approached the shepherd and offered to share his meal. As they ate together, Jacob listened to the man's stories of tending his flock. Their conversation turned to faith, and Jacob spoke of the God who had appeared to him in dreams and promised to be with him always. That is a shepherd worth following, the man said with a smile. Jacob nodded, his heart full of gratitude for the one who had faithfully led him. That night, as Jacob rested under the stars, he found himself reflecting on the covenant God had made with him. The promise of descendants, land, and blessing was vast, almost beyond comprehension. And yet, each day brought new reminders of God's faithfulness. Pulling out a small bundle, Jacob unwrapped the oil he had carried since his encounter at Bethel. He remembered anointing the stone there, marking it as a place of worship. Now, he took another smooth stone from the ground and anointed it as well. Lord, Jacob prayed, this stone is a reminder of your covenant. Just as you have promised to be with me, I will serve you and honor you with my life. May my faith in you grow as I continue this journey. The stone glistened in the moonlight, a tangible reminder of the invisible God who was always near. After days of travel, Jacob came upon a sheltered grove with soft grass and a bubbling spring. The place felt like an oasis, and Jacob decided to spend the night there. The sounds of the spring and the rustling leaves created a symphony of peace, lulling him into a sense of deep restfulness. As he prepared to sleep, Jacob thought about the many ways God had provided for him. Even in the harshest parts of the wilderness, there had always been water to drink, shade to rest under, and strength for the journey. Thank you, Lord, he whispered, reclining against a tree. You give rest to the weary and peace to the troubled. Tonight, I rest in your care, knowing you watch over me. The grove seemed to wrap around him like a warm embrace, and Jacob fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, his heart filled with the calm assurance of God's presence. As Jacob neared the end of this leg of his journey, he felt compelled to return to a place of worship. Finding a high point overlooking the land, he gathered stones and built a tall pillar. This would be a marker, not just for himself, but for future generations, of God's faithfulness. He stood before the pillar and lifted his hands in prayer. Lord, you have kept your promise to be with me. You have provided, protected, and guided me every step of the way. This pillar is a testimony to your goodness, a symbol of the covenant you have made with me. Jacob anointed the pillar with oil, just as he had at Bethel, and dedicated the place to the Lord. As the sun set behind the pillar, its light illuminated the stones, creating a beacon of hope against the darkening sky. For Jacob, the pillar was more than just a monument. It was a reminder that God's promises were unshakable, his presence unwavering, and his plans unstoppable. With renewed faith, Jacob continued his journey, trusting in the God who had always been faithful. The terrain became rougher as Jacob pressed forward, yet his spirit was light with the knowledge of God's presence. He paused on a rocky ledge one evening, the horizon stretching endlessly before him. The setting sun bathed the landscape in hues of amber and crimson, and Jacob felt a surge of gratitude. "Lord," he said, his voice steady despite the wind, "this journey has been long, and yet you have turned every step into a blessing. You have revealed yourself to me in ways I could never have imagined. Your promises are my strength, and your presence is my peace." As Jacob prayed, the evening breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and the distant sound of running water. The land seemed alive with the Creator's touch, reminding Jacob that his journey was not just physical, but deeply spiritual. Each day was an opportunity to know God more intimately and to trust Him more completely. That night, as Jacob rested by a small stream, his dreams were vivid and filled with promise. In the vision, he saw his descendants, countless as the stars, just as God had promised, spreading across the land and bringing blessings to the nations. Jacob awoke with a sense of awe. Though the dream was fleeting, its meaning was clear. God's covenant was unfolding, and Jacob's life was part of a much greater story. The weight of responsibility was heavy, yet the assurance of God's faithfulness lightened his heart. "Lord," Jacob prayed as dawn broke, "let me live in a way that honors the promises you have given me. May my steps align with your will, and may your name be glorified through my life and the lives of those who come after me." The morning light filtered through the trees, illuminating Jacob's path as he set out once again. As Jacob continued his journey, he encountered a relaxing moment to allow other relatives to find him as well. The comforting sound of the storm in the distance, the wilderness seemed to hold a divine stillness. One evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo, Jacob sat by his small campfire and felt an overwhelming sense of being watched over. He looked up and imagined the angels he had seen in his vision at Bethel. Though invisible now, he felt certain they were near, a heavenly host assigned to protect and guide him. The thought brought deep comfort. Jacob prayed aloud, "Lord, I thank you for your angels who watch over me. Though I cannot see them, I trust they are here, fulfilling your will. May I walk in faith, knowing I am never alone." The night passed peacefully, and Jacob awoke feeling refreshed and ready for the challenges ahead. The unseen presence of God's messengers was a constant reminder of his care. As Jacob reached a high ridge overlooking the land, he paused to take in the view. The sun was setting, casting golden light across the hills and valleys below. It reminded Jacob of the ladder he had seen in his vision, the connection between heaven and earth, the tangible evidence of God's promise. Jacob knelt on the ridge and placed a small pile of stones as a marker. "Lord," he prayed, "this journey has shown me your faithfulness at every turn. I dedicate this place as another reminder of your promises. You have brought me this far, and I trust you to guide me the rest of the way. Speak for me in the name, me a fresh ascended one." As he stood, the last rays of sunlight illuminated the stone marker, creating a soft glow that seemed to affirm God's presence. Jacob's heart swelled with peace as he descended the ridge, the path before him clear and steady. The final night of this chapter in Jacob's journey came with a profound stillness. He rested in a valley surrounded by towering cliffs, the night sky above a tapestry of stars. Jacob sat quietly, reflecting on all he had experienced. He thought of the vision of the ladder, the angels who had ministered to him, the pillars he had built, and the promises God had spoken. Each memory was a testament to God's faithfulness, a reason to trust in the one who had called him. As dawn broke, Jacob rose early and faced the rising sun. The first light of day filled the valley, casting away the shadows and illuminating the path ahead. "Lord," Jacob prayed, "I dedicate this new day to you. May your will be done in my life, and may your promises continue to unfold. Thank you for being my guide, my protector, and my peace." With a heart full of faith, Jacob gathered his belongings and continued his journey, stepping forward into the unknown with the assurance that he was never alone. "As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive as they are today." Genesis 50:20. The vast Egyptian palace, adorned with golden columns and intricate carvings, was quiet in the early evening light. Memories of his youth came flooding back. The vibrant fields of Canaan, the playful laughter of his brothers, and the vivid image of the multicolored coat his father had lovingly given him. These memories, once a source of joy, had for years been overshadowed by pain. Joseph could still feel the rough hands of his brothers as they stripped him of the coat, and the terror of being thrown into the pit. Yet, in this moment of reflection, Joseph felt no bitterness. Instead, he felt awe at the hand of God, which had been at work through every trial. As he turned to look at the documents on his desk, detailing the provisions he had prepared to save countless lives during the famine, he whispered a prayer of gratitude. "Lord, what they intended for harm, you have turned into a blessing for many. Thank you for your faithfulness." Joseph's heart, though touched by sorrow, was at peace. The God who had been with him in the pit, the prison, and now the palace, had proven his faithfulness time and again. The bustling activity of Egypt's granaries filled the air as Joseph inspected the distribution of grain. His position as second in command required precision and wisdom, especially during a famine that stretched across nations. Yet today, a subtle shift in the atmosphere captured his attention. As he approached the main hall, a group of weary travelers entered, their robes dusty from the road. Joseph's eyes widened as he recognized their faces. His brothers. Time had aged them, but their features were unmistakable. He felt a rush of emotions, surprise, sorrow, and an ache of memory. He reached out. Though they did not recognize him, Joseph saw their desperation as they bowed low before him, asking for food. His mind raced back to his dreams as a boy, where stalks of grain and celestial bodies bowed before him. The fulfillment of that dream now stood before him, yet Joseph's heart was not filled with pride, but with humility. And so they bowed, and as he spoke to them through an interpreter, his voice was steady. "Where do you come from?" he asked. "From the land of Canaan," one of them replied, their eyes cast downward. "We have come to buy food." Joseph's gaze lingered on them, but he concealed his identity. There was much he needed to discern before revealing the truth. Yet, even in this moment, his heart began to stir with forgiveness. That night, Joseph sat in his chambers, reflecting on the meeting. He prayed for wisdom, asking God to guide his next steps. He knew he could not simply reveal himself. He needed to know if their hearts had changed. Joseph whispered to his priest, who was passing the door. The following day, Joseph devised a plan. He accused them of being spies, observing their reactions as fear swept over their faces. They denied the charge, explaining their family situation, mentioning their father Jacob and their youngest brother Benjamin. And as they spoke, Joseph felt a pang of longing. He had not seen Benjamin since he was a boy, and the thought of his younger brother stirred deep emotions. Yet, he remained resolute in his plan. "I will test the truth of your words," Joseph declared. "One of you must remain here, while the rest return to bring your youngest brother back to me. Only then will you prove your honesty." The brothers conferred among themselves, unaware that Joseph understood their every word. "This is because of what we did to Joseph," one said, his voice filled with guilt. "We saw his distress and ignored it." Hearing their remorse, Joseph's heart softened. He turned away to hide his tears, the weight of the years pressing heavily upon him. The brothers departed for Canaan, leaving Simeon behind as a guarantee of their return. Joseph instructed his servants to fill their sacks with grain and secretly return their silver, testing their integrity further. As the brothers traveled home, they discovered the silver and were filled with fear. "What has God done to us?" they wondered aloud, their guilt from the past resurfacing. When they reached Jacob, they recounted everything. The mention of Benjamin's required journey brought grief to their father. "You have bereaved me of my children," Jacob lamented. Joseph is gone, and now Simeon is no more, and you would take Benjamin away?" Yet, despite his sorrow, Jacob eventually agreed, placing his trust in the God who had guided their family through countless trials. "May God Almighty grant you mercy before the man," he said, his voice trembling. The brothers returned to Egypt, bringing Benjamin with them. When Joseph saw Benjamin, his heart overflowed with emotion. He excused himself from their presence, retreating to a private room where he wept. After composing himself, Joseph ordered a feast to be prepared. The brothers marveled at the unexpected hospitality. Benjamin was given a portion 5 times larger than the others, though they did not understand why. As they dined, Joseph observed them closely. There was no jealousy, no discord, only unity. It was a stark contrast to the envy that had once driven them to sell him. Joseph's hope grew as he witnessed this change in their hearts. The meal was filled with laughter and warmth, yet Joseph's heart carried a secret, a revelation that would soon unfold. Joseph's final test involved placing his silver cup in Benjamin's sack. The following morning, as the brothers departed, Joseph sent his steward to confront them. When the cup was discovered in Benjamin's sack, the brothers tore their robes in anguish and returned to the city. Joseph confronted them, demanding an explanation. Judah stepped forward, offering himself as a servant in place of Benjamin. "How can I return to my father if the boy is not with me?" Judah pleaded. "His life is bound up with the boy's life." His stomach twisted with pain. Hearing Judah's heartfelt words, Joseph could no longer contain himself. The sight of his brother's unity and sacrificial love broke the walls he had built around his heart. "Leave us," he ordered the attendants, his voice trembling. Once they were alone, he revealed himself. "I am Joseph, your brother." His words hung in the air as shock and disbelief washed over his brothers. Joseph's tears flowed freely as he embraced them, assuring them of his forgiveness. "Do not be distressed or angry with yourselves," he said, "for God sent me ahead of you to save lives." In this moment of reconciliation, the peace that comes from forgiveness filled the room, wrapping them all in its embrace. The revelation of Joseph's identity hung in the air like a breathless pause. His brothers stood frozen, their minds racing to process the truth. This was the brother they had betrayed, the one they thought they would never see again. Guilt and fear began to well up within them, but Joseph's voice broke through their turmoil. "May I be here?" Joseph's voice broke through their turmoil. "Come closer," he said, his tone filled with warmth. The brothers hesitated, but Joseph's open arms and tear-streaked face invited them. Slowly they moved toward him, and he embraced them one by one. "Do not fear," Joseph reassured them. "You intended to harm me, but God used it for good. He sent me ahead to preserve life during this great famine." As the weight of guilt lifted from their shoulders, the brothers felt something they hadn't experienced in years, a deep and abiding peace. For the first time, they saw Joseph not just as the governor of Egypt, but as their brother. Joseph's heart overflowed with joy as he imagined the next step. Hurry back to our father, he urged them. Tell him I am alive and that he must come to Egypt with all our family. I will provide for you here during the famine. The brothers left with renewed spirits, their journey back to Canaan marked by hope rather than dread. Back in Canaan, Jacob sat under the shade of an ancient tree, his face lined with years of sorrow and longing. His sons approached him, their expressions a mixture of excitement and hesitation. So, he awoke at last, dried his eyes, and walked away. Father, Judah began, Joseph is alive. The words struck Jacob like a lightning bolt. He stared at his sons in disbelief, searching their faces for the truth. What are you saying? He asked, his voice trembling. They recounted everything: Joseph's position in Egypt, his message of forgiveness, and his desire to reunite the family. At first, Jacob struggled to believe, but when he saw the carts loaded with supplies sent by Joseph, his spirit revived. My son Joseph is alive, Jacob exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks. I will go and see him before I die. The family began their preparations, and Jacob's heart, once heavy with grief, now soared with anticipation. The journey ahead was long, but the promise of reunion filled every step with purpose. Jacob's caravan moved steadily through the arid landscape, the rhythmic sound of hooves and wheels blending with the soft hum of the wind. Along the way, Jacob reflected on God's faithfulness. The journey was not merely physical. It was a spiritual pilgrimage to see the fulfillment of God's promises. As night fell, the caravan camped under a canopy of stars. Jacob knelt in prayer, his heart full of gratitude. O God of my fathers, you have kept your word, he whispered. You promised to make me a great nation, and now I see your hand at work. The next morning, the caravan resumed its journey, the horizon painted with hues of hope. Each passing mile brought them closer to Egypt, and the long-awaited embrace of a son thought lost forever. The day of reunion arrived. Joseph stood at the edge of his chariot, watching the caravan approach. His heart raced as he caught sight of his father, frail yet upright, his eyes scanning the scene with anticipation. Joseph descended and ran to meet him. The moment their eyes met, years of separation melted away. Joseph fell on his father's neck, weeping uncontrollably. Jacob held him tightly, his own tears mingling with his son's. Now I can die in peace, Jacob said, his voice thick with emotion. I have seen your face and know that you are alive. You are doing this. Joseph led his father to the palace, introducing him to Pharaoh and securing a place for their family in the fertile land of Goshen. As they settled into their new home, the family felt a deep sense of restoration and belonging. In the days that followed, the family thrived in Goshen. Joseph often spent quiet evenings with his father, recounting stories of God's providence. Jacob marveled at his son's unwavering faith and strength through trials. The brothers, too, experienced transformation. They no longer carried the burden of guilt, and their relationships with one another grew stronger. They often reflected on Joseph's grace and God's sovereignty realizing how every event, no matter how painful, had been part of a greater plan. One evening, as Joseph walked through the fields, he paused to look at the stars. The same stars that had once comforted him in prison now reminded him of God's promises. His journey, though marked by pain, had led to redemption and peace. "Thank you, Lord," Joseph prayed, his voice steady and sure, "for your faithfulness, for your forgiveness, and for the blessing of reconciliation." The peace that had taken root in Joseph's heart now extended to his entire family, a testament to the healing power of God's love. Life in Goshen unfolded with a sense of divine purpose. The land, fertile and rich, provided for Jacob and his descendants in abundance. The flocks thrived in the lush pastures, and the family grew stronger with each passing day. Joseph often visited his family, cherishing moments with his father and brothers. As they shared meals and laughter, the walls of estrangement that once divided them crumbled completely. Joseph marveled at how God had taken a broken family and brought them into unity. In the evenings, Jacob would gather his sons and grandchildren around him, speaking of God's faithfulness. "Never forget," he would say, his voice resonating with wisdom. "It is the Lord who brought us here, who turned our sorrow into joy. Hold fast to his promises, and you will see his hand in all you do." The peaceful rhythm of life in Goshen became a testament to the blessings of reconciliation. The family was no longer marked by betrayal, but by the grace and love of God. Though the brothers had been forgiven, they still struggled to forgive themselves. Late one night, Judah approached Joseph as he sat in his quarters, poring over records of Egypt's grain distribution. "Joseph," Judah began hesitantly, "there is something I must say." Joseph looked up, setting aside his work. "Speak, brother. I have carried the weight of my actions for so long," Judah confessed, his voice faltering. "I still wonder how you found it in your heart to forgive us." Joseph rose and placed a hand on Judah's shoulder. "It was not my own strength," he admitted. "God gave me the grace to see beyond the pain. What you intended for harm, he used for good. Do you not see? It was all part of his plan. Ah." He began to fill the seats, and then paused. Judah nodded, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, he felt a release from the guilt that had plagued him for years. The quiet reconciliation between the brothers deepened their bond, bringing a sense of wholeness to their family. Jacob, now advanced in years, spent much of his time in reflection. He often called his grandchildren to his side, recounting the stories of Abraham and Isaac, of the promises God had made and kept. One afternoon, as he sat under the shade of a date palm, Joseph joined him. "Father," Joseph said, his tone reverent, "your wisdom has guided me throughout my life. Even in my darkest moments, I remembered your teachings." "Too," Jacob smiled, his eyes gleaming with pride. "It was not my wisdom, my son, but God's. He has been with us through every trial and triumph. Remember this: no matter where life takes you, His presence will sustain you. The bond between father and son deepened in those quiet moments. Joseph treasured every word, knowing that Jacob's time on earth was drawing to a close. As Jacob's health began to decline, he gathered his sons for a final blessing. Each one knelt before him, receiving words of prophecy and encouragement. When Joseph's turn came, Jacob spoke with great conviction. "Joseph, my son, you are a fruitful vine near a spring, whose branches climb over a wall. Your strength has endured through trials, and the Almighty has been your shepherd. May His blessings overflow upon you, for you have carried His light with unwavering faith." Joseph bowed his head, humbled by his father's words. He felt the weight of the legacy he would carry, but also the peace of knowing God's hand was upon him. As the journey continued, he came to see Joseph as a man who appreciated the beauty of nature. That evening, Jacob rested in the comfort of his family's love, his heart at peace with the knowledge that God's promises would continue through his descendants. We now return to Leonardo Valmo's story. The day came when Jacob breathed his last, surrounded by his sons and grandsons. Though their hearts ached with sorrow, there was also a profound sense of gratitude for the life he had lived and the faith he had passed on. Joseph mourned deeply, but even in his grief, he felt the comfort of God's presence. He organized a journey back to Canaan to bury Jacob in the family tomb, fulfilling his father's final wish. The journey was solemn but sacred, a reminder of the covenant that had been established with Abraham. As the family laid Jacob to rest, they felt a renewed commitment to live in obedience to the God of their fathers. Joseph stood by the grave, gazing at the horizon. He whispered a prayer of thanks for the man who had taught him to trust in God, even when life seemed uncertain. The peace that settled over him was unshakable, a testament to the enduring promises of the Almighty. Returning to Egypt after Jacob's burial, Joseph felt a sense of fulfillment and clarity. His father's passing marked the end of an era, yet it also inspired him to continue living with purpose, honoring the legacy of faith that had been handed down to him. In the days that followed, Joseph immersed himself in his responsibilities, ensuring the smooth operation of Egypt's grain supply and the welfare of his family. His leadership was marked by integrity and compassion, qualities that endeared him to the people. One evening, as he stood on the balcony of his home, gazing at the Nile's shimmering waters, he reflected on how God had guided every step of his journey. The peace that filled his heart was a reminder of God's enduring presence, even in moments of uncertainty. Though many years had passed, Joseph's brothers still harbored a lingering fear. With Jacob gone, they worried that Joseph might seek retribution for their past actions. One day, they approached him with bowed heads, saying, "Before our father died, he instructed us to ask for your forgiveness. Please, we beg you, do not hold our sins against us." Joseph was deeply moved. He could see the torment that guilt had caused them, and his heart ached for their burden. He wept openly, his tears flowing freely as he embraced them. Do not be afraid," he said gently. "Am I in the place of God? You intended harm, but God used it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. I hold no grudge against you. Let us live together in peace, as one family." His words washed over them like a balm, dissolving the remnants of fear and restoring their bond. Joseph took great care to pass on the lessons of faith and forgiveness to the next generation. He often gathered his children and nephews, recounting the story of his journey from the pit to the palace. "Do not be afraid of hardship," he would tell them, his voice steady with conviction. "God's plans are always greater than what we can see. Trust Him, even when the path is unclear, for He will lead you to a place of peace and purpose." The children listened with wide-eyed wonder, absorbing the wisdom of a man who had walked through the valleys of betrayal and despair, but emerged with a heart full of grace. Joseph's example became a cornerstone for his family, a living testament to the power of God's sovereignty and the beauty of reconciliation. The years that followed were marked by prosperity and stability for Joseph and his family. Goshen remained a place of abundance, and the Israelites multiplied, growing into a thriving community. Joseph's leadership in Egypt continued to be characterized by wisdom and fairness. The Pharaoh valued his counsel, often seeking his guidance on matters of governance. Joseph taught his children how to run the operation. In the quiet of the evenings, Joseph would sit with his wife and children, recounting the promises of God. "He who was faithful to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob will be faithful to us," he would say. "Hold on to his promises, for they are unchanging." The tranquility of those moments became a source of strength for the family, a reminder that God's hand was upon them, guiding their every step. As Joseph approached the latter years of his life, he often found himself reflecting on the goodness of God. Sitting beneath the shade of a tree in his garden, he would recall the countless ways God had intervened in his life. From the pit to the palace, he mused aloud, a smile gracing his face. Who but the Lord could weave such a story? His gratitude overflowed in prayer, and his heart was at peace. Despite the trials he had faced, Joseph felt no bitterness, only a deep sense of awe at God's ability to transform suffering into something beautiful. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Joseph whispered a final prayer of thanks. "Lord, your plans are perfect, and your love is unending. I place my life and my family into your hands, trusting in your unfailing promises." The stillness of the night wrapped around him like a comforting embrace, a reminder of the steadfastness of the God he served. As the years passed, the memory of Joseph's invaluable service to Egypt began to fade in the minds of the Egyptian rulers. A new pharaoh ascended to the throne, one who did not share the same respect for Joseph or his family. Though Joseph and his brothers had long enjoyed peace and prosperity, whispers of unease began to stir. The Israelites had grown in number, becoming a sizable community in Goshen. some Egyptians saw this growth as a potential threat. Joseph, aware of the changing attitudes, called his family together one evening. Sitting under the soft glow of the moon, he spoke words of reassurance. "Do not fear what may come," he said, his voice steady. "The Lord who brought us here will remain faithful. His promises are unshaken, and his plans are greater than any we face." Say with me, in the quiet of that night, the family's faith was renewed. They resolved to continue trusting God, even as uncertainty loomed on the horizon. Joseph often returned to the promises God had made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. One evening, as he stood beneath the vast canopy of stars, he reflected on the covenant God had made with his ancestors. Looking up, he whispered, "Lord, you promised that our descendants would be as numerous as the stars in the sky. You have brought us this far. I trust that you will fulfill all you have spoken." End of poem. In the stillness of the night, Joseph felt the comforting presence of God. He knew that, no matter what challenges lay ahead, the Lord's hand was guiding his family. He called his sons to him, urging them to pass on the stories of their forefathers to future generations. "Never forget where we came from," he told them, "and never doubt the faithfulness of the God we serve." As Joseph grew older, he began to prepare his family for a time when he would no longer be with them. He spoke often of God's promises, ensuring that his children and grandchildren understood the significance of their heritage. "God will not leave us here forever," he told them one evening as they gathered around him. "There will come a day when he leads us out of this land and into the land he promised to Abraham. Hold on to this hope, for it will sustain you in the days to come." His words were a source of comfort and strength for the family. Though they did not yet know the trials they would face, they clung to the assurance that God's plans for them were good. Joseph's faith became a beacon for his family, a light that guided them through the uncertainties of life in a foreign land. Joseph's days were filled with gratitude as he reflected on the journey of his life. From the betrayal of his brothers to the heights of leadership in Egypt, every moment had been shaped by God's hand. He spent his final years surrounded by family, sharing stories of God's faithfulness and imparting wisdom to the next generation. His words carried the weight of experience, and his family cherished the time they had with him. One evening, as the sun set over the horizon, Joseph gathered his children and grandchildren around him. "My life is but a small part of a greater story," he told them. "God's promises will endure long after I am gone. Trust in him, for he is faithful in all things." The family listened intently, their hearts filled with love and admiration for the man who had been a pillar of strength and faith throughout their lives. As Joseph's time on earth drew to a close, he called his brothers to his side. Though they were now old men themselves, they knelt before him, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that they would soon say goodbye. "Do not be afraid," Joseph said, his voice gentle but firm. "Though I will no longer be with you, God will surely come to your aid. He will lead you out of this land and into the land he promised to our fathers. Carry my bones with you when you go, as a testament to his faithfulness." His brothers nodded, their eyes brimming with tears. They promised to honor his request, knowing that his words were a reflection of the unwavering trust he had in God's promises. That night, as Joseph lay in his bed, he prayed one final prayer of gratitude. "Lord, you have been my shepherd through every valley and every victory. I place my soul into your hands, trusting in the promises you have made to our people." With those words, Joseph closed his eyes, entering the eternal rest of God's presence. After Joseph's passing, his family felt the weight of his absence. His wisdom, kindness, and faith had been a cornerstone for their lives. Yet, even in their grief, they found solace in the legacy he had left behind. The Israelites gathered together to honor Joseph's memory, recounting the ways he had trusted in God's providence. Around the firelight, elders shared stories of Joseph's journey, from the dark depths of betrayal to the heights of leadership in Egypt. Joseph never wavered in his faith, one elder said. Even when he was unjustly imprisoned, he trusted that God's hand was at work. We must hold fast to that same faith, for God is with us as he was with Joseph. Their words sparked hope among the people, reminding them of God's promises and his power to bring good out of any situation. Joseph's final request, to have his bones carried out of Egypt, became a powerful symbol for his family. Though he was gone, his faith in God's promise to lead the Israelites to the land of Canaan continued to inspire them. The family built a small memorial for Joseph in Goshen, a place where they could come and remember the faithfulness of God and the man who had trusted him completely. Parents brought their children to the site, teaching them about God's covenant with their ancestors and the hope that lay ahead. "This is not our home forever," they would tell their children. "God will one day bring us to a land flowing with milk and honey." Let Joseph's faith remind us to wait patiently for that day. The promise of God's deliverance became a source of unity for the Israelites, binding them together as they awaited his timing. As generations passed, the Israelites grew into a mighty nation within Egypt. They faced new challenges, including the rising tensions between them and the Egyptians. Yet, through it all, they held onto the hope that Joseph's faith had planted in their hearts. Elders continued to tell Joseph's story, emphasizing his unwavering trust in God, even during times of great trial. When Joseph forgave his brothers, he showed us the power of God's grace, they would say. Let us live in that same grace, knowing that our God is faithful to fulfill his promises. The younger generation listened intently, drawing strength from the legacy of Joseph's life. Though they had never met him, his faith became a guiding light for them, a reminder that God's plans were far greater than their own understanding. One starry night, a young boy sat with his grandfather near Joseph's memorial. The elder pointed to the heavens, his voice filled with conviction. "Do you see those stars?" he asked the boy. God told Abraham that his descendants would be as countless as these. We are living proof of that promise. And just as he has kept his word so far, he will lead us to the land he promised. The boy gazed at the stars, his heart swelling with awe. Will we really go to that land one day? he asked. Yes, the elder replied with certainty. And when we do, we will carry Joseph's bones with us, as he asked. It will be a reminder that God's faithfulness spans generations. The boy nodded, his faith ignited by the words of his grandfather. As they sat together under the vast expanse of the night sky, the boy felt a sense of peace, knowing that he was part of a story much greater than himself. A story written by the hand of God. And so the Israelites continued to wait, their hearts anchored in the promises of the God who never fails.